31st Louisville City Council meeting. I'm Mayor Ashley Stolzman, and because of COVID-19, the meeting is being held electronically and is being recorded. To request permission to speak during our public comment periods, an attendee can raise their hand by clicking the raise hand icon at the bottom of your screen. Attendees calling in by phone can dial *9 and a raised hand will appear on your behalf. When I acknowledge a member of the public and our clerk unmutes you, you'll need to tell us your name, your address, and your question or comment. Each person will have 3 minutes for their comments. If you wish to speak on another topic, you'll need to raise your hand again. Thank you for following these directions to help us maintain meeting decorum. City Clerk Muth, could we please have a roll call?
Mayor Stolzman?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Maloney?
Here.
Councilmember Lay? Councilmember Lipton?
Here.
Councilmember Dickinson?
Here.
Councilmember Fahey?
Here.
Councilmember Brown?
Here.
Thank you, everyone. And first order of business is our consent agenda. Could I please get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second. Any discussion of the consent agenda?
Mayor, may I?
Mayor Pro Tem Maloney, please.
Thank you. The consent agenda item is selecting the city manager recruitment services, something that Councilor Fahey and I worked on with staff. We came to a unanimous decision that this was the best selection for this process. And so I want to thank everybody involved in that process. We did have a very good number of RFPs. I think it was about 10. So it was close, but we think we picked the one that's the best suited for Louisville. So thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and thank you to you and Councilmember Fahey for doing that extra work for us and putting together a contract for our consideration tonight on consent agenda. Any other comments on the consent agenda? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Good. We took just long enough. I was going to say we needed to take a brief recess to be sure that all of us had the same information in the hearing that was upcoming, but it looks like Councilmember Lay has just joined.
Sorry about that. A little bit of computer problems here.
No problem. Welcome, Councilmember Lay. And so that takes us to our next agenda item, which is ordinance number 1811, series 2021. An ordinance approving the First Amendment to ConocoPhillips Campus General Development Plan, Red Tail Ridge Master Plan. This is our second reading and public hearing, as advertised on the Daily Camera on July 18th, 2021, and continued from July 27th, 2021, August 3rd, 2021, and August 17th, 2021. I'll reopen the public hearing and ask if there are any disclosures this evening. Councilmember Dickinson?
Thanks, ma'am. I just want to state for the record that I have not made a decision on this matter prior to this meeting. I'm looking forward to hearing the rest of the evidence and engaging in council deliberation before making any decisions.
Thank you. Any other disclosures? Seeing none, I just remind everybody where we are in the hearing process. So I'll turn it over to our staff, Director Zucchero, and then just a reminder, we still will have a round of public comments this evening, council questions and comments, and we'll still have an applicant presentation. So we'll have one round of public comments tonight. I see the agenda has it posted differently, but that's because we have already had those 2 rounds of comments in the hearing. So since we've done that, we let the public know that they would have another chance tonight. So they will. The applicant will also have another chance tonight. So just to let everybody know, if they're following along with that hearing, there will be 1 round of public comments tonight, and the applicant will of course get a chance to give closing remarks. So with all that, I'll turn it over to our planning director, Rob Zucchero, to update us on where we are.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor Stolzman, members of City Council. Just briefly, I'm going to give an overview before the applicant makes a presentation, but included in the packet for you this evening are correspondence from the applicant and a presentation slide deck that outlines their revised proposal. Includes revisions to the open space dedication proposal that's part of their public land dedication, and it also includes a reduction in the maximum allowed building area and additional sustainability commitments. So those are all included in their presentation, and I will leave it to them to go over the details. But I just wanted to note that the packet also includes all of the staff memos from the previous meetings and and links to the supplemental reports and information that were added to the record. So that's all included for reference. I don't have anything further from planning staff, but City Attorney Kelly did want to address the question raised at the last meeting about takings before we move on to the next stage of the hearing.
Thank you. City Attorney Kelly?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Before I address that question, I just, want to put out a reminder to everybody participating in this hearing that the purpose of this quasi-judicial hearing is for the City Council to receive evidence. That includes the application materials, the resources provided by city staff, and public comment. The City Council then considers this evidence and applies those facts to the applicable legal criteria. And prior staff reports have contained the criteria from the city's municipal code. With regards to the takings question, an additional set of criteria is found in the state statutes with regard to any condition of approval that would require dedication by the landowner of additional open space. The statute requires that the City Council consider additional factors. The statute is called the Regulatory Impairment of Property Rights Act, and it's codified at CRS Colorado Revised Statute 2920-201 at SEC. And so in the context of open space dedications, this statute provides that in imposing conditions upon the granting of land use approvals, the city shall not require a private property owner to dedicate real property to the public unless, and there's two factors here. The first is there's an essential nexus between the dedication and a legitimate city interest, and the dedication is roughly proportional, both in nature and extent, to the impact of the proposed use or development of the property. So the quasi-judicial decision before you is not a decision that is to be based on public sentiment, but a decision to be reached by applying the facts that you've developed at all of the sessions of this public hearing to the applicable legal criteria. So after hearing all the evidence and having all of your questions answered, the council should deliberate on the evidence received during all of the sessions of this public hearing and how the applicable legal criteria have been met or not been met. And in your deliberations, if additional open space is desired as a condition of approval, council members should make specific findings regarding the factors from the statute, as well as the city's municipal code. And, if you get to that point in your discussions, I'm happy to reiterate what those factors are to make sure that everybody is focused on the correct legal criteria to be applied this evening.
Thank you, Attorney Kelly. And Director Zakura, did you have anything else?
I do not have anything else from staff. Thank you.
Thank you. And so we'll start off this evening with the applicant has a presentation they'd like to show us to frame some additional responses. We were sort of in the question and answer phase last time, and so we'll take off there. And I think starting with the presentation will help with some of the question and answer. Mr. Bacall?
Yes, thank you. We'll just wait for a second for our slideshow to come up.
Sorry, I'm having an issue pulling it up. Just please give me a minute. I apologize for the delay. Sorry, it's not popping up when I offer to share my screen. It's the one window that's not available.
Jordan, I can try.
Okay.
Let me see if it works on my side. Let's see. Okay. Council members, are you able to see the slide deck here?
Yes, we are.
Excellent. Sorry about that delay. Mayor Stolzman, council members, thank you very much for seeing us again on this matter. So as Rob mentioned, since our previous meeting, we put forth additional considerations for you on our amendment based really directly on your deliberations and what we've heard through this process. So now I've got to do So, so what we heard from open space, a desire for more open space, publicly dedicated lands and high quality publicly dedicated lands. We heard a further protection of the pond in parcel C. And then we heard a desire to prioritize the western viewshed with the open space. From a sustainability standpoint, we heard the desire for electrification of all buildings with a discussion on process uses. We heard a desire for more solar. And then just like a confirmation of electric ready infrastructure moving forward. And then again, going to parcel C, just protecting the pond. We heard a concern over gas station uses. And then there was a discussion about the Campus Drive alignment. So that's a quick summary of what we heard, and what we presented to you since our last meeting is really us addressing these issues and what was heard. So first is open space and the lands being dedicated both previously and these additional lands that we're proposing to dedicate. These are the highest value open space lands in the site. Since our last meeting, we've added 20 acres of publicly dedicated land in high quality areas around the pond as discussed. And then on the western side of parcel A, that's contiguous with the existing proposed open space and publicly dedicated land. So this is high quality land, it's contiguous. This is land that protects the western viewshed and has not been previously developed. Okay, so sustainability, we are proposing, number one, electric HVAC and hot water for all buildings. Previously, it was for commercial buildings and did not include industrial buildings. Now we're saying we are proposing and adding to do all buildings. And this limits the use of natural gas for only process uses on the entire site. And then number two was increasing our solar installation, really our minimum commitment from 2 megawatts is what it previously was, and we're raising that commitment to 3 megawatts. To put some context around that and that commitment, to our knowledge, the largest solar farm in Boulder County is Jack's Solar Farm, which generates 1.2 megawatts. And until recently, the max solar garden size under Excel rules was 2 megawatts. So this would, at 3 megawatts, be larger than any existing solar garden in the state right now. And then 3 is really a confirmation that the infrastructure will be ready for buildings, and that's confirmed in terms of electric ready infrastructure and the capacity for all buildings to be electric ready across the entire site. Okay, so then the density and the area surrounding the pond was an area of discussion. And really what this slide shows you is how we're proposing addressing that. And the land, if you look on the side that says previous on your left-hand side, and you can see the building and some of the parking area that's to the west of the pond. And we're proposing eliminating that, putting that as publicly dedicated lands. And then you can see the impact it makes. It protects the western viewshed and protects the pond at the same time. The other thing this does is it eliminates additional density. So this eliminates 115,000 feet of density across the entire site by making this change and eliminating that building. And then we heard there were comments from both council members and the community about the gas stations and the use gas stations as an allowable use. And so this is not a part of our vision to have a gas station on the site. And so we're happy to eliminate that. And we're proposing eliminating that use in the GDP amendment. And then finally, there's a discussion on the alignment of Campus Drive. And this alignment of Campus Drive is really a balance. It's a balance between making this critical needed connection for the community of Campus Drive, while of course preserving natural assets. And the image you see on your site here is the proposed alignment that we have. You can see that the street goes around the pond in parcel F, and then between and north of parcel C pond and south of some undisturbed and undeveloped land in Boulder County. And if we look at the next image, this shows the current proposed alignment, which is with the ConocoPhillips GDP. And this alignment, you can see, goes right through the middle of parcel F and goes right through the previously undisturbed space and connecting them with Paradise Drive to 96. But I wanted to give you just a little context in terms of our process on this. And we started this process of this alignment, oh gosh, in probably early 2019. We've gone through a substantial process, which included getting comments and having opinions from 6 referral agencies to the site. So this includes Boulder Valley School District, Broomfield, the Northwest Parkway, North Metro Fire, which has a fire station over there, Boulder County, and the Louisville Planning Commission. And so all reviewed this alignment and all approved this alignment. And we are proposing that we keep this alignment that's been very thoughtfully put in. And this slide really is just sort of shows some comments from a letter that Boulder County wrote on November 1st, 2019 that supports the new alignment and how they prefer it over the previous alignment that ConocoPhillips proposed. And so let's see here. So with that, we just wanted to give you a summary of some of the changes we made since we were last together. And really, we've made meaningful changes in direct response to discussions that you've had, the deliberations that you've had in previous meetings, and changes that we hope you find helpful tonight in balancing the desires of different council members on this property. And so with that, thank you for your time. And we have our entire team available to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. And so I appreciate that. And we'll turn to council members. Any questions on the presentation that we just saw? Councilmember Fahey.
I have just one question on the additional solar capability that you're proposing. Is that going to be on the rooftops of the buildings?
Yes, that's the logical and most likely location would be on the rooftop of buildings. There's some discussion previously of having it on lands, but our plan is to have it on rooftops and Jordan, or in parking lots. But Jordan or Jay, chime in if there's additional detail to add to Councilmember Fahey's question.
Jeff, that's correct. That's what our assumption has been, is that it's on the buildings.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. I wondered if the applicant could speak to, in the new diagram that you just showed, there's a small area that's still sort of light green and crosshatched.
Sure.
And I didn't see in the key what that indicated.
Thank you, Councilmember Brown, for bringing that up. I'm going to attempt to pull it up so we can refer to what you're speaking of. So what this shows is our revised proposed open space and adding 20 additional acres. That, and I'm really glad you brought up this clarification, that does not include the crosshatched area. What it includes, and can you see my cursor?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
It includes an area here on the west side of parcel A, and then it includes the area depicted around the pond. And so that's the 20 additional acres of publicly dedicated land to the city as that. This is the same depiction of common open space that we had in our previous presentation. And this is an additional, I believe it's 8.5 acres, which is common open space and can be unlocked, if you will, through PUD process.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council questions? Councilmember Dickinson.
Thanks. No, I'm a little confused because I thought the private common, what is it again? Private common open space. I thought it was at 25.6 and you just said 8. So has that changed from a couple meetings ago? Maybe I missed that change.
Yeah, Jordan, if you or Jay, if you want to chime in with the specific numbers here.
It's been reduced because it's been much of it's been converted to publicly dedicated from the onset with the initial plat. So that's the biggest difference that you have here. Before there was 9, where we have the pond area. We previously had about 9 acres of potential common open space, and now that's 11.5 acres of fully dedicated. So that's like the general difference. So it's really parcel A and C where we've converted and broadened the dedication. And
okay, so I just want to make sure that this is a fair depiction. And you've taken some of the land that you were hoping to dedicate later in the process, and you're basically dedicating it now ahead of time, which again at this point gets us the land now, but it's decreasing the amount we would maybe hopefully get in the future through other processes. Is that fair? Or decreasing the additional, maybe not decreasing the total, but
it's still, there's still a several acre increase. And then the important distinction is the potential common open space was really contingent upon high consideration with the PUD, whereas this is clearly dedicated to the city today.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Lay?
Yeah, I wanted to go back for just a second to the comment or the question that Councilmember Fahey was asking, because and just to be maybe a little more specific about it, the solar farm or active solar, there's a response that you all gave, and I'm actually looking at the packet on page 101, but it's I think a response, interlineated response to Council Member Lipton's questions, and the comment that I have highlighted there. Well, it started with Council Member Lipton's talking about active solar on some part of the additional open space. What I understood you to just be saying was, no, it's not. The active solar is not destined for the open space. It's destined for the buildings, and I think you said the parking lots. Is that right?
So the use of solar farm and solar array isn't delineated or depicted specifically with any component of the GDP other than it's an allowable use.
Right.
Now, potential common open space and the PCZD agreement has a very clear definition of what's allowed and what isn't allowed. And as it stands currently, adding solar to that land is not how the language is drafted. The response there was, if it was council's desire to incorporate it, we would be willing to do that. In our understanding of the application or the future PUDs, the most cost-efficient way to do solar is likely on the roofs, but it may not be limited to it, right? Because it could be at the discretion of the PUD user to also consider it for their parking lots or in other vehicles. And so that's really what I was trying to convey there.
Good, but that's fine. I appreciate the clarification. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other council questions? I have a couple. If you wouldn't mind going to the aerial that you showed with the road alignments, please. So I appreciate you putting in some visuals around this. I think I asked the majority of questions around the street alignment. And so where my, if I could get the one that has sort of like the.
Yeah. Okay, so you're looking for
this one. Yeah.
This one. Yep.
Thanks. So the nature of my questions is really around the study that you provided on transportation and the ability to fit a traffic light in at the location for the exit that's proposed on the 96th Street. And so looking at previous alignments and previous council discussions, we had talked about moving the alignment much to the west and to the north. So it doesn't actually line up with what you've depicted in the next slide, but just my questions really are around the exit that you show there onto 96th Street. So In the transportation report, we had your expert testify that there's not really an issue, and we can look in Appendix C4, and I just want to follow up on that. So it looks like if I use the scale that's provided on the general development plan, it looks to me like the fire station entrance is roughly 500 feet from the intersection of Northwest Parkway. So if you look at where Northwest Parkway is there on the far left of the screen, and then the fire station is there, you know, a little bit away from that intersection, that looks to be about 500 feet if I read the scale correctly on the general development plan. And if you look at the AM peak in 2049, it's about 870 feet. So the AM peak would go back past that fire station entrance and block it. And then we all know from the model traffic code that you can't block a fire station entryway. So depending on what the fire station wants to sign that is, it could be an additional, not just the width of the fire station entrance that can't be blocked, but a minimum of 20 feet back from that. And they can actually signal it or sign it themselves to have up to 75 feet back from that, if I remember my driving test correctly. And so it creates a big gap right there at the fire station where people can't use the space of the road at all. And so that 870 feet, you know, then you have to add on an additional, you know, 50 or 100 feet or for those different considerations. And so the queue length then can extend, if you do all that math, up to about 1,020 feet. And it looks from the GDP like that new intersection is close to around 700 feet from the Northwest Parkway. So it looks like traffic will easily back up into that intersection during the AM peak and cause an issue, and actually back up to all the way to past Paradise Lane and create, you know, an issue where it takes several signals to get through and create quite a congestion problem there. So I just wonder why we wouldn't try to mitigate that by moving the intersection further away from the other intersection. And I understand you wouldn't want to line up the alignment like you proposed, but perhaps if you moved the street, you know, to run more along Monarch campus and then tie into Paradise Lane at the end of its right of way and come down the lane, it seems like you would be able to have all of the access points in one point instead of having, like our public works director testified, that we would need this signalized and then Paradise Lane signalized and a change at Dillon Road. It seems like putting the access point here creates a significant problem. And it likely we would have to signalize the fire station. So I just wonder if you can comment a little bit on what I just said and, you know, the thinking around how this would perform and how people could or could not get in and out of Louisville because of this signal.
And I understand the comments. I'd like to defer to Bill as the expert for us on this.
He's raised his queue. He's an attendee.
Oh, great. Can we move him over? And Bill's the transportation engineer. Yeah, Bill Fox.
Correct.
So if we'll just get our city clerk to unmute Bill for us. I'm just seeing if there's a second co-host to our clerk to maybe help try. City Clerk Neef, can you hear me? Unfortunately, she's the only person listed as host or co-host right now. Meredith, when you hear me, if you could unmute Mr. Fox in the attendees side, that would be great. Or if you can promote someone else to co-host to help out. Sorry about this technical delay.
Mayor, I just spoke with, this is Kathleen. I just spoke with Meredith and she's having some technical problems and she's working on getting him over.
Okay, great. Thank you for everyone's patience with these virtual meetings.
think he's coming over now. Sorry about that.
No problem. Thank you for working through that, and we'll see if we did it. Hey, there we go. Yes, we can. Hi,
Great.
Mr.
Great. All right, so I'm going to try to respond to some of those questions. And I'll start by saying we looked at the total distance between the Northwest Parkway and Paradise Lane along 96th Street as about 1,480 feet, plus or minus, from intersection to intersection. It's also our understanding that when Campus Drive is extended in this alignment, say, that the fire department will take access at the signal on Campus Drive, as opposed to utilizing the current intersection that is closer to the Northwest Parkway currently. So that's our fundamental assumption, is that the fire department will access Northwest Parkway at the new signal at Campus Drive. So that shifts the fire department access a little farther away. The Campus Drive intersection is about 760 feet from the Northwest Parkway, and then about 610 feet, say, from Paradise Lane. So that's the relative spacing. And then we looked at what are the queues of traffic along 96th Street in both directions from intersection to intersection over the variety of scenarios. And the worst case obviously is the year 2040, when there's the development is built out and most of the background traffic has been realized in the area. And we looked at what the worst case or 95th percentile vehicle queues would be in that scenario. And we looked at those queues with and without some mitigation measures along Northwest Parkway, say between 96 and around down to the south. And so I think I heard quoted earlier a queue length of, say, 750 some feet in the future, or maybe 870 feet, I guess, the southbound or eastbound queue on 96th Street toward Northwest Parkway. And you're right, that would back up as far as the proposed campus. But with the mitigation measures in place of an extra southbound through lane that's been discussed along Northwest Parkway, those queues would be much lower and would not back all the way to Campus Drive, and would not impose on the fire department access either. And remember, this is the 95th percentile queue that we calculate. It's the worst case you could ever see. And the vast majority of time, the queues are potentially much less, but we report the 95th percentile queue that's calculated. And then we also looked at the queues to and from Paradise, or to and from campus from the Paradise direction, and didn't see those queues as exceeding the available stacking distance between those two intersections. So I guess that's the context in which I had said last time that I believe the queuing is not going to prevent the operation of Campus Drive where it's been proposed in this image that you see. And then the other thing that I wanted to get back on was I don't know the residential density across the street from Paradise Lane or in that property to the east of 96th Street. But when we it's my belief that there will not be enough density in this area to warrant a traffic signal at Paradise Lane. And you guys use the signal warrant procedures that are established in the Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices, very specific volume thresholds for putting in a traffic signal. And I don't believe you will see a traffic signal warrant be met at Paradise Lane in the future. So I don't think we'd have 3 signals on this image right here at each intersection. So I'm not sure if I've answered every question. I can try again if there are still more.
Thanks, Mr. Fox. I have just a couple more for you, and a follow-up question for our Public Works Director if he's on as well, based on your comment just there. But so our comprehensive plan suggests that in this rural area that we would strive for level of service C, and we really would want to constrain our roads and not expand them unless we had to, and only then allow level of service D. Would we be able to achieve those levels of service in this area with this configuration?
I'll have to go to a different table, and hopefully I can do that efficiently, but I'll try to get back to you on that. I'm not sure that we can always maintain level service D here, but I'm going to look at the appropriate table and try to answer that question if you give me a minute.
Great. And while you're looking that up, if our Public Works Director is on, let me just see, Director Coer. We just heard from the applicant that we always use the model traffic code for warranting traffic signals. And I just want to clarify if the city does always do that, or if sometimes we put traffic signals in on our local street based on resident requests and the inability of people to get out of neighborhoods.
So we do, this is Kurt Coar, Public Works and Utilities Director. We do use the model traffic code to do our traffic signal warrants. That gives us guidance on whether a signal is warranted or not. And then there's always a layer of public input and desire and level of service or amenity. And yes, we have installed signals that may not be warranted within the city for other reasons.
Thank you.
So if you can still hear me, this is Bill Fox again.
We sure can.
So I'm looking at the year 2040 in our level of service table, which is in the appendix. I believe it's table C3 of our report. And 96th and Campus Drive with the proposed geometry would function at level of service C in both the AM and PM peak hour in overall in the year 2040. And in the year 2040 at the Northwest Parkway and 96/Via Vera intersection with that, it would function at level of service C in the PM peak hour regardless, but with the addition of that third southbound lane along the western edge of Northwest Parkway that we've discussed, the AM peak would also be in the level of service D range. So CD range for AM and PM, which is typically an acceptable range in peak congestion or peak periods.
So, Mr. Fox, if I'm looking, which appendix are you looking in to see those numbers?
I am in table C3, and you received, I think, an email today that might have had it on page 10 of 16.
That's what I'm looking at. And so if I look at Northwest Parkway and 96th Street, show me where I should be looking to see that it's level of service C.
Okay, so you see Northwest Parkway, 96th Street, Via Vara as toward the bottom of page 10. Right. And if you go all the way across to the right-hand edge of that header line, you can see levels in the AM peak 52, level service D, 52 seconds on average, and then 32 seconds on average in the PM peak level service C. So
I see. So thank you. Thank you. So there's the different time, like the different lanes may experience different levels of service.
Absolutely. And we calculate
overall,
for every approach and every direction, we calculate individual level service. But when you talk about the level of service of operation of an intersection as a whole, you typically look at that overall intersection level of service.
Thank you. So there are components of the different movements some of them are A, some of them have no delay, like a right turn with a dedicated lane, and then some of them are F.
Right.
Okay. And so with those improvements, that makes it a 6-lane road at that intersection, or how many lanes are there then moving at that intersection?
Yeah, so going south of the 96 Northwest Parkway intersection, right now there's effectively 3 northbound lanes and 2 southbound lanes. And this would be adding that third southbound lane. So it'd be a 6-lane facility along Northwest Parkway from there south toward the US 36.
And if those aren't put in, then the intersection's level of service F.
Well, in the morning peak, if that extra facility was not there, that intersection would go to level service F. And this table is with the project in place. And if you were to scan up, we could check that answer in the background condition without the project if you want, and I could try to do that. But
right, it looks like it's D, right, is what you're saying.
And I'm trying to, Northwest Parkway, let's see, I gotta go up a ways to the background condition. I'm almost there. Via Vera, take drive 96. So So that level service F in the AM peak hour that you just referenced, without that extra third southbound lane, that's going to be level service F in the year 2040 if this project remains vacant. So that level of service in the AM peak hour at this intersection would be F with an 89-second average delay. So it would be, and then with the improvement that we've discussed, it would be level service D. So go from F to D, but that's without the project. So then basically with the project, you have the same pattern. The delays, seconds of delay are a little different, but similar levels of service.
Can you explain that a little bit? Just when I look at the two backup queuing lengths, like they're substantially different. And so what leads to them having then the same overall level of service?
Well, the level of service is calculated based on, remember, there's two components here. There's the background traffic that's growing independent of this project. And we've used DRCOG and various plans, local plans, and all the sources we could get to figure out what the projected background traffic would be. And on top of that, we superimpose the project. So that's the process that we go through. And so what I'm just referencing is the calculated level of service without the project. And then we've talked earlier about it with the project. Now, the queuing without the project, I'd have to go find that as well. Give me a second. So the queuing at this intersection, the queuing is less, but there still are queues. For example, westbound through, and I'm on page 6 of that table we were talking about. We still have some queuing of 508 feet, 900 feet. Those are in the background without the project. So when you have those levels of service that are in the F range that we just talked about, with or without the project, that's indicative of queuing that would occur.
So like looking at that eastbound through without the project, it looks like it's 286 feet, right?
286 in the AM.
And then comparing that to the same number in the other table, am I comparing it right if I compare that to the 870 foot queue with the project?
Let me go down and make sure. I'll be with you in a sec. So we are 88, 96. So that 286 or whatever it was is 870 in this other condition. And so that's eastbound through. And so that's basically coming down 96th toward Northwest Parkway with backup in the through lane, back up 870 feet in that 95th percentile range. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for clarifying those things for me. Any other questions for the applicant on the presentation tonight? Ms. Swisher?
I did. I'm, not related to queuing, but I did want to note what I heard, Mayor, you had mentioned was a potential alignment that was unique than the ConocoPhillips proposal, which was really to go curve towards the high school and then head eastbound to Paradise Lane. And so the two things that come to mind for me are the challenges, at least, are we don't control or own either of those lands. So condemnation or the need for the land dedication for that roadway connection, and then still maintaining and respecting a buffer to unincorporated Boulder County, which is their strong desire and which is what's stipulated in the Northwest Parkway IJA. So I did just want to bring those to note as other things we were trying to balance as we were evaluating alignment.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And looking at the, if you were to be able to come up with a way to achieve the first thing that you listed may have some obstacles associated with it, it of course would have the biggest buffer from the backs of those properties as required in the IGA, because the road wouldn't run along there. But I do understand the constraint you're showing with running it directly adjacent to the properties. So I thank you for that. Any other questions from folks? All right, we'll turn it over to members of the public for public comment this evening. This will be your one opportunity to comment on the application tonight. But of course, we've had testimony at our previous hearings and included, for the record, in the packet, public comments that have been written in and sent in. But if any members of the public would care to comment this evening, this is your opportunity. So please raise your hand and tell us what you'd like to tell us. When we call on you, if you'll please tell us your name and your address, and then you'll have 3 minutes to tell us what you'd like to. Our first commenter this evening is Jill Song. Jill?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Hi, I'm Jill Shong at 601 Dahlia Way, and thank you for letting me speak. And thank you, Council, for your service and stamina throughout this process. So I am for redeveloping the Storage Tech site, but I'm against this latest plan. I think the overall footprint is still too big and the square footage still exceeds the 2.5 million in the comprehensive plan. I want to read a quote that summarizes the type of development that I could get behind. It's actually from the applicant's consultant, Josh Rudolph. Quote, "One of the things that we are most excited about is simply taking a major piece of previously developed land that's sitting on a major transit corridor and bringing it back into productive use, and doing it so in a way that identifies and restores the natural systems and helps position the region to a zero carbon economy." End quote. That is something I can get behind, but I don't believe that's a proposal that we have. As I see it, the site contains two types of land: previously developed land and land that has never been developed, wild land that is a valuable habitat, especially north of Disk Drive. I've listened to the City Council meeting recordings and discussion of municipal codes, public use dedication requirements, 12% minimums, ways you calculate 12%, LEED Silver certification criteria. I've listened to it all, but I wish there was more respect for the difference between building on previously developed land and land that has never been developed, even if that difference is not always captured in the LEED scorecard. I want to thank Councilmember Brown and Mayor Stoltzman for recognizing and speaking out on this difference. Also, I wish that Council could explain what unmet economic need does Louisville have that cannot be met by limiting building to the previous developed part of the Storage Tech site? What unmet economic need does Louisville have that will not be met by the CTC and Centennial build-outs and office vacancy filling that are already baked into our future development and growth? I ask Council members to please provide some analysis between the 12% math exercises. So yes, the applicant is being asked to do many things that developers did not have to do in the past. But here's why. Residents are responding to a changing world and wanting to roll with the times. We want what's best for the future. We don't want decades-old development agreements to be the standard by which we live our lives. So please think of what will make Louisville most proud in the future. Thank you again, Council members. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Next up, we have a phone number ending in 8226.
This is Sherry Summer, 910 South Palisade Court. I would like to respond to the city attorney's comments. I heard her say, and I hope that I'm accurate, that we don't just want to listen to public opinion. We need to refer to the code. Well, I have a couple questions. Have you informed the entire public that they need to refer to the code? Do we all have to memorize it? Does public opinion matter? Not at all. Do the many experts in our community who know a lot about the environment, about public safety, about being a parent, and the other ways of knowing what it means to live in a small town, do those just not count? I'd also like to ask, do we want to apply that very same level of competence to our own city council? Because if we're applying it to the public, we should apply it to you. And I don't mean to put that as a blanket statement, because I have heard Mayor Stoltzman refer to many facts and figures. I've heard Councilmember Brown refer to state law, to our code. I have heard Councilmember Dickinson talk about just ignoring the many letters he heard, just appearing to agree with the GDP without any reference to our code. We need to refer not only to the code, we need to know that very well, but we also need to refer to present economic realities, as the former speaker talked about. We need to look about, why are we not revitalizing McCaslin? Why are we building on perfectly beautiful open space? Why don't we focus our attention in other areas that are already zoned for offices and also industrial at the tech park? And we need to look at the realities of COVID, climate change, and our terrible air pollution. 20,000 cars is going to be fatal to us. And COVID, please apply standards fairly to all. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Our next commenter is Ifran Azim.
Hi, this is Irfan Azim, 631 West Street. Good evening. Thanks, council members, for working really hard on this issue. I have attended all of the meetings regarding Red Tail Ridge. I have many concerns. I'm not going to go through all of them here because I've submitted my concerns to the city council in the past. But I just want to pick on one of my concerns. And my concern is that I have not heard any question from the city council regarding the economic impact of this development on the city revenue. I understand that 20 years from now, at full build out, Red Tail Ridge would generate modest revenue for the city. But how will having this new commercial and industrial space at Red Tail Ridge impact on the commercial properties in Louisville? We have a lot of empty space in the city, and I just don't see how Red Tail Ridge doesn't divert potential tenants from these spaces. I have not seen any information in the applicant's packet that addresses this concern. And the previous two speakers also alluded to this impact, and there's no mitigation plan on how adverse impact of this development and adverse economic impact of this development will have on the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next commenter tonight is Beth McCurry.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Beth McQuay, 972 St. Andrews Lane in Louisville. Thank you for listening to my comments. This parcel is an ecological treasure with lovely ponds, birds, wildlife, trees, and views. The current proposal for public open space of 83.7 acres is better than before, but is still not enough. I agree with the proposal made by several council members at the last meeting to add more open space to include all land north of Disk Drive. This would align more closely with Biden's initiative to preserve 30% of all lands. If you can't protect the entire area of north of Disk Drive, please protect the 117 acres that would comprise 30%. Please make the open space connect to already designated, contiguous to designated open spaces, and add trails that are available to Louisville residents. Everyone in Louisville loves to walk and loves open space. I also ask that you make the walking trails more appealing to humans. The flyover video of the trails showed many of the trails running along next to Campus Drive. Anyone who loves walking or biking knows that using trails next to car exhaust and noise is not the experience of nature we crave. Please move the trails farther away from the roadways. I also ask if you can somehow protect the ponds on the site more. The flyover videos show no natural vegetation and roads running very close to them. These factors could make the ponds unappealing to birds and wildlife without habitat to hide in. Please adjust the roads a little bit and leave natural habitat of trees and bushes there. A good example of a pond with habitat around it is Warrenburg Pond in Louisville. Finally, I ask that you limit the size of the development to 2.5 million square feet, as was previously approved for ConocoPhillips, and build on the Storage Tech footprint only. This would reduce the heat island and climate change effects from what would occur with the current proposal of building 3.0 million square feet plus parking lots. It would also reduce the number of cars and the amount of pollution. Thank you.
Thank you. I lost my participant list. Let's see if I can get it back. All right, thank you. Our next commenter is Stephanie Rowe.
Hi there, can you hear me? Or am I currently having technical difficulties?
We can hear you.
Okay,
We can hear you.
I never know. All right. So I just wanted to say that, pointing out the obvious, I suppose, but going back to Attorney Kelly's comments, that I just want to point out that none of you here is on City Council as a ward legal analyst. You were all democratically elected as ward representatives. I think legal analysis is part of the job, obviously, but that takes place in the broader context of your duties as a representative. So public opinion does count here. It's the bigger picture, and all of the analytical work that you do, I think, needs to take place in that context. On that note, I also want to, I guess, just point out the absolute sophistry of misrepresenting the public opinion that's been communicated to you in writing and in comments as being flat out against any development at the Storage Tech site at all. At least not the majority of the comments are not saying that. I think people by and large accept, difficult as it is, that something is eventually going to be built on this site. But for a variety of reasons, people don't think that this proposal is a good one and that it needs some serious and significant modifications. Anyway, pretending that everyone who opposes this proposal opposes development at all at STK, period, is not only dishonest, it's a way of not listening to your constituents, the people you represent. So not taking into account public concerns and ideas is anti-democratic, intellectually narrow, and morally wrong. And to be honest, it's Cory Gardner all over again. So that was the main thing that I wanted to say. And since I have a little bit of time left, I just want to throw in there, let's keep this at 2.5. I don't think that this proposal meets the values expressed in the comp plan. So I know that the comp plan authorizes 3.1 million square feet, but that's only if it meets the criteria established in the comp plan, which this clearly does not. So let's keep the development at 2.5 million square feet. And I wholeheartedly endorse the idea of setting aside the entire area north of Disk Drive as open space. I think that's brilliant. And I think that that's a solution that the community could live with and might not stage a revolution about. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have interpreter.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. All right, this is the sign language interpreter for Michiko Christensen, who lives at 543 Adams Avenue in Louisville. And these are her public comments. Dear City Council members, I trust that you are well rested and ready to represent the City of Louisville. I would like to see the Red Tail Ridge development plans to be shelved and focus on these listed priorities first. Number one, looking at the map of Louisville, there are almost no open space buffering our city currently. It is imperative to have the entire acreage of the RTR be available for open space for the city to act as a buffer zone against Broomfield. The City of Louisville doesn't need to be like interlocking with other cities such as Arvada, Westminster, Thornton, and Lakewood. This will make the City of Louisville a little more unique. Getting the open space above Tape Drive is a great way to start, yet I believe it is better to have all of the acreage in Red Tail Ridge converted to open space. Number two, the CTC and Centennial Valley are 80% full and only leave 20% left to be considered completed. Point A, there is no need to build more buildings at the Red Tail Ridge site since we have CTC and Centennial Valley. Due to COVID, this is point B, due to COVID, there are lots of unknowns and lots of empty buildings being left in towns. And that means that it will be our responsibility to fill those buildings when these developers pull out. Here's a classic example. Google pulled out of their plans on the Boulder campus location to be built, and there's a good reason why. It's cost effective by having workers working from home, and there is no need to pay the overhead costs of having a building And that money can then go directly to the employees to provide a better wage. Point C, the use of the Kohl's empty building as an indoor farmers market would be great for revenues for the city. And I just lost my comments. Hold on just a second. I'm sorry. Okay. We can have two farmers markets, one on the east side and the other on the west side. Point 3, transportation is a major part of playing environmental, ecosystem, and sustainability roles. I think we should focus on Campus Drive, work with RTD Boulder Valley School District and the Board of Transportation without the applicant's support. We have the funds from transportation and we should focus them better. Point B is that net zero is the key solution and solves all of our traffic issues. We can be the first city to ban or curb car uses, develop better transportation networks by using railroads, mopeds, bikes, bus, and walking. Thank you very much. That's the comment.
Thank you, Machiko. And the next commenter tonight is Scott Crane. Scott, you might be muted on your end. You can dial *6 on your phone.
Okay, I think I am unmuted now.
We can hear you.
Thank you, council members. I'm here as a member of the community, and I'm really asking you to support the Red Tail Ridge General Development Plan amendment. I personally feel this is one of the most compelling reasons to support is the sustainability. The developer has embraced the city's sustainability action plan, has identified specific commitments and goals, including the LEED certification, electronic vehicle charging infrastructure, the solar-ready buildings, the native landscape design. They've gone above and beyond anything that has been submitted for proposed development in the city's history. This is why I'm really urging you guys to vote for this. Red Tail Ridge is one of the greenest developments in the city of Louisville, and I really urge you to vote yes. And I will be all my time. Thank you.
Thank you. The next commenter is Allison Torvik.
Well, okay. Wanted to make sure my unmute was going. Thank you, City Council members, Madam Mayor, for this opportunity to once again voice my support of the Red Tail Ridge. Like the previous commenter, I'm going to urge your support of it. As I've mentioned in the past, the site's been dormant. It's been closed off to the public for more than a decade. That doesn't mean that it's vacant. It doesn't mean that it's undeveloped land. It's a redevelopment. We don't need to keep land for prairie dogs. It's not red flags for humanity, but it was never envisioned as open space. It's always needed to be something that would benefit our community. Again, the developer has met or exceeded all of the requirements for the open space and sustainability. They've dedicated 80 acres of open space and conservation in addition to what they're required to do. It's a continuous natural habitat corridor, and it's far more than required. The same is true about the commitments to sustainability. It far exceeds not only any of the city's requirements, but its goals. It needs to be applauded and not held hostage. We can't just keep saying we're going to have people drive into Denver rather than just go across the street in our own community. That's not the way to prevent the brown cloud and all of the problems we've been having with smog this last couple of years. Once again, I'm asking you to support the city policies on plans. It's long past time to approve this redevelopment, and I urge you to support the GDP and move this project forward.
Thank you. Our next commenter this evening is Jan Prokop.
Hi,
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Jan Prokop, and I live at 637 West Street in Louisville. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I understand the applicant has newly proposed 3 million square feet of development for buildings and parking lot. This is still 1/2 million square feet away from the approved development limit of 2.5 million square feet. I'm in support of open space north of Disk Drive, and I asked City Council for 30% open space on this proposal. If we lose open space, it's gone for generations. And I cannot support a 4-lane road next to the pond. This positioning negates the intent of open space and preservation of habitat for wildlife. The developer wants to build an industrial park in rural Louisville and needs approval for City Council to go ahead. I appreciate City Council members that are listening to the response of Louisville citizens. We and I am not in favor of approving this current proposal. It's too big and it displaces the habitat of the current ecology of wildlife and vegetation. It creates a heat island that will raise air temperature. 20,000 car trips per day through Louisville further contributes to declining air quality. We are all acutely aware of the dangers to global life created by climate change. We should be an example of respect for our natural resources with innovative development practices. This is not an example of thoughtful development with regard to the quality of life in Louisville. And I still have questions. What is the economic impact of more office space to current Louisville commercial landlords? Where is the water for this project coming from? And who will pay for the significant road improvements? Please do not approve this development proposal before significant improvements are included and economic questions are answered. Thanks for listening to my concerns.
Thank you. The next commenter is Cindy.
Oh, hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
I always sound like a commercial. Okay, first of all, this is Cindy Bedell. I live at 662 West Willow Street in Louisville. And first of all, I want to remind us all to ask the speakers to give their address. It's helpful to know if they live in Louisville or not. Tonight, you will consider the future of a parcel that comprises 8% of Louisville's total land area. This is a huge, huge decision, and I urge you to carefully consider the needs of Louisville for view corridors, wildlife habitat, and overall need for open space and trails as the entire region develops and residents' needs for outdoor recreation opportunities continue to expand. Anyone frequenting open space and trails in the city can observe the increase in use of all of our parks and open space. Please increase the amount of open space required at Red Tail Ridge. You have the power to require this. And as you know, you can refer to section 17.23.080, the municipal code, which gives you the power to require more open space. It's very important that we can no longer afford to keep adding urban sprawl without adding a balance of natural spaces, wildlife preservation, and keeping our small town character. The most important things tonight, preserve everything north of Disk Drive as open space with the goal of conservation of 30% of the RTR land in Louisville. Keep the approved density of the RTR development at the 2.5 million square foot currently approved for the Phillips 66 Special District. As our mayor said during the 8/17/21 City Council meeting, the city has no obligation to add additional density in order to provide additional value to the property for the applicant. Your job is to envision a balanced development that is consistent with what the citizens of Louisville have told you they want. The last time I looked at the written comments sent to City Council about this project, over 92% of Louisville residents have expressed a desire for more open space, less traffic, and a reasonable density. Finally, I want to point out that adding 20,000 additional vehicle trips per day to Louisville and surrounding roadways and near the Monarch campus is not acceptable. Any benefit of extending Campus Drive will be absolutely canceled out by the sheer volume of increased traffic. I sincerely hope you will listen to your constituents and act accordingly. That will save us all a lot of time. Thank you.
Thank you. The next commenter tonight is Brian Boonstra.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. So my name is Brian Boonstra. I'm at 9555 Paradise Lane, which happens to be probably the closest property to this proposed development. So as you can expect, we've followed the process very closely as the developer's gone through this. In my view, my wife and I are speaking tonight to encourage you to approve the proposed development as submitted. We understand that at any time there's a development, there's a balance, and not everyone gets what they want. In my view, the developer's done an exceptional job of balancing the need for economic development in and around Louisville with the need to protect open space. And the tax revenues to be derived from this project are much needed in this community. The connection of Campus Drive to 96 will improve the lives of countless Monarch students, but as other Louisville residents as well, by providing a much needed avenue all the way to 96th. So again, in our view, while the development is not perfect, no development is, we believe the developers have done an exceptional job of balancing or responding to the requests of the council and the community, and we're requesting that you approve the development. Thank you.
Thank you. The next commenter is Audrey DeBarros.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, sorry about that. Thank you, Mayor and members of council. My name is Audrey DeBarros. I live at 839 West Walbury Street. I just, first of all, wanted to thank you for your service to the city of Louisville. I also wanted to thank city staff who have worked so hard on this proposal for your consideration this evening. I'm here tonight again to ask for your support of the project and letting it move forward. The GDP is consistent with the comp plan, which is what you had asked for last year. I also note that this development is on the periphery of the community. It's the multimodal transportation improvements that they are proposing, as well as the infrastructure improvements, would definitely help improve connectivity locally and regionally for all modes of transportation. I too, similar to other speakers this evening, recognize the above and beyond efforts that they went through for creating a sustainability plan. I really hope that we don't hold the developer and the landowner hostage, that we want to be a good business partner with the developer. I appreciate that improved multimodal access for the property will be gained on their property. Currently, it is not open to the public, so that is a distinct and valuable community benefit. I really hope that we can send a message that Louisville is open to business. We lost Medtronics, which is, I think, a major bummer for our city and economic vitality and wanting to retain good primary jobs here. And I really feel like the developer has gone above and beyond to really respond to city staff and city council's requests. So again, thank you for your time this evening and for your consideration.
Thank you. The next commenter is Matt Jones.
Good evening. This is Matt Jones at 265 Dahlia Drive, Louisville. Thanks for listening to me. What I'm hoping for tonight is that you think about what people in town would want you to do. I've had a lot of exposure at doorsteps, on the phone, at meetings, you name it. And they are hardcore environmentalists in this town, and they would expect their council to represent them and not be out of character with that. Three things: open space. The developer did 21% open space. They increased it, which is nice, but it just proves that they only do as much as they're kind of forced to do instead of doing what's right for Louisville, and that's your job. They should be 30% open space. It should be on the north side of the property, and the crown jewel of this property is the pond in C3. That's where you can reduce density to this project and protect the highest wildlife value that the property has. Secondly, we're in a climate crisis today, now. I can take you to the Calwood fire and show you the effects of it, or you remember the flood. It's happening to us now. We are beyond doing the old ways of doing things. There should not be any natural gas pipelines out there at all. That is a very leaky fuel. It is dirtier than coal because it leaks so much. It's very doable to do even the process uses, and the developer said as much in his comments out there, and you shouldn't run those lines, and the developer should save money not running those lines. They're in the ground forever. Third, the size of this thing, the developer came in at 6 million and then dropped it to 3 million because it didn't work out. They didn't follow the rules, which was the maximum of 3.1 million. And they came in and they created a lot of divisiveness in our community, which I'm very frustrated by, and I'm sure you are too. But they're still doing the same thing. They're only doing as much as they think. You guys need to protect us and represent our interests. And it should be 2.5 million square feet. That's, if you ask somebody in town if that's a lot, is that enough? I know what you'd get. And they'd say, yeah, and there ought to be more open space, and yeah, there ought to be the best climate action you can do. I'm nervous about this night, to be honest with you, just based on the previous meetings. I think, though, the highest calling for you is to vote what you would think the people in town would want you to do, to build something that's in character with what people in town would want you to do, because it's going to be probably the biggest vote you take and the one you're going to be remembered for. And so I'm appreciative of every effort you use, the criteria. Your planning staff's very competent. They can help guide you through that to do the things that are right. More open space, climate action, 2.5 million square feet. And that's the compromise. It's not the bigger number. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Tamar.
Hi, this is Tamar Krantz from 691 West Street. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, sorry about that. Hey, thank you for taking the time to listen to public comments yet again. I'm sorry I'm calling into each meeting, but I just wanted to respond to something that City Attorney Kelly brought up in the beginning of the meeting. She stated that your decision to require additional public land dedication should not be based on public sentiment. But I took a look at that statute, and I actually think that it should, because she said that, and I'm going to read the statute here that she read, no local government shall require an owner of private property to dedicate real property to the public. And then it goes on and says, unless there is an essential nexus between the dedication or payment and a legitimate local government interest. So I'm hoping that you interpret this clearly as our local government's right and responsibility to require the public land dedication and to restrict building on all of the land north of Disk Drive. I think you have a right and responsibility also to create a north-south wildlife corridor to connect the open space in the north to Rock Creek. I looked up what a legitimate government interest is, and that's a law that will protect the health, safety, and economy of its citizens. So I think it is perfectly legitimate and it's your responsibility to listen to the public to understand what is good for our health and safety. I also hope that you'll listen to the callers who called in tonight to say that we haven't looked at the economic impacts, because this is also part of the code that City Attorney Kelly mentioned. You should include this in your analysis, and I hope you'll discuss the economic impacts tonight. The second part of the statute states that additional land dedication needs to be proportional to the impacts. I hope you can comprehend that the impact of 20,000 cars and the destruction of so much natural habitat is going to be huge. So I don't think that you will have any trouble interpreting this statute to mean that interpreting the statute in any way that tells you can't dedicate the land north of Disk Drive, and probably some additional just to make it preserve habitat. So if you take the city attorney's advice, I'm just asking you to take the time to look at this point by point and share your interpretation with us tonight of the Louisville Municipal Code and the comprehensive plan policies that apply. I'm really interested in how you apply this, because I think in the end, you're going to find that there's just going to be too many conditions necessary for you to approve this GDP. I think you need to reject it and take the time to require a habitat management plan, require some traffic demand management. I'm sorry. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Next up, we have Jennifer Singer-Rupp.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Hi, my name is Jennifer Singer-Rupp. I live at 466 Muirfield Circle in Louisville. Thank you for taking the time to take public comments tonight. I really appreciate it. I've been a Louisville resident on and off for about 40 years. I grew up in Louisville and was a student in the first grade class of Coal Creek Elementary School. My father's first job out of college was at Storage Tech, and my husband also worked at Storage Tech. So I've seen Louisville grow over the years quite a bit. When this property was zoned for commercial and light industrial uses in 1978, the decision was based on Storage Tech's plan for a single user corporate campus. Storage Tech provided a lot of jobs to the local community. When the square footage approved for the site in 2010 was increased, the decision was based on ConocoPhillips' plan for a single user corporate campus. Rubicall is proposing a sprawling development where parcels will be subdivided. This is not what Louisville had in mind in 1978 or in 2010 or now. Louisville has no shortage of empty commercially zoned real estate. Shouldn't the city concentrate on filling these properties instead of creating new ones that will compete for tenants? Is it really likely that the demand for office space will not only return post-pandemic, but increase? I don't think so. Rubicall also has no contracted commercial partners for this proposal. I was very supportive of Medtronic's plans in the last proposal. With this latest proposal, there are no committed commercial or industrial partners. They're proposing a multi-corporate innovation campus with zero committed companies. This decision will affect Louisville citizens for years, decades, and really generations to come. I urge our representatives to represent Louisville citizens and make this decision with great foresight. Do we really need to fill this reclaimed wild space with another office, commercial, industrial park that has no committed commercial partners? In the last proposal, there was at least a committed partner in Medtronic. The intent of this space was always as a single user corporate campus. As it stands, the plans are too open and too broad with too much space for interpretation and leeway and with no committed partners. So like some previous commenters said, I'm nervous about tonight. I'm really nervous. There's a lot at stake here. There's a lot at stake for my family. There's a lot at stake for my kids. And I ask that the City Council please reject this development plan in its current form. I do support a single use or possibly dual use campus being built here with a committed partner that will be sustainable for our community and for future generations to come. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Any other members of the public care to comment this evening? This is our only public comment period on this agenda item. Maxine Most.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, so I've been listening carefully tonight and Maxine Most, 640 West Linden Street, Louisville, Colorado. And I'm again a little bit confused about the way the city attorneys seem to position the decision about this development. And again, as other people have stated, I'm not against development. I just think the development needs to be consistent with not just the values of our community, but with the general development plans that we have in place. And I imagine that if we had a single occupant that wanted to stay within what I guess is the 2.5 million square feet, I guess that was allocated for ConocoPhillips, I don't think we'd be having a problem. But I think what we have is not a developer. Rubicall is actually not a developer. They're a real estate venture capitalist. And as a real estate venture capitalist, their objective is to maximize profits. And their objective is to squeeze as much as they can out of our community. And I believe, therefore, the city council has a responsibility to look out for the interests of this community and to get as much as we can from someone who is interested in developing what I believe Member Lay called a transformational development for our community. So again, you know, going back to Tamar's comment, the city council has a responsibility to really understand the code and what our obligations are. And those obligations are to the members of this community and to represent their interests. Brew Bacal, once, you know, if they get approval on this proposal, will then go and negotiate as hard as they can with anybody that wants to come in and actually build on that property. So they're going to do this on both ends to maximize their profit. So in response to that kind of business dynamic, which is a fine business dynamic, that's the way the world works, I truly believe the city council needs to think about what this community wants in terms of open space, in terms of sustainability, in terms of really looking to the future of our community and the environmental impacts that we're facing, and push as hard as possible to meet the needs and the desires of this community. On some level, yeah, it'd be great to have this as all open space. I don't think that's necessarily reasonable or practical, but I do think if we were working with a real developer that was operating within the constraints of the existing GDP, that it would not be such an issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public care to comment tonight? All right, thank you. That takes us back over to council deliberations. Any council members care to kick off the discussion? Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it. For the purposes of framing the discussion, I will now move that we approve ordinance 1811 series 2021. And I will say that depending on the way that we modify that particular motion, I may or may not end up voting for it.
Is there a second? Councilmember Lipton? You're muted.
No, I would propose a substitute motion if this one gets a second.
Okay.
All right. Councilmember Lipton, for lack of a second, would you like to propose a path forward?
Yes, thank you very much. I'll start with a couple of comments and I'll launch into my motion if that would be okay. And I would, first like to thank everybody who's been involved with this, certainly the staff who's worked extremely hard, the citizens who have done an outstanding job providing their input and testimony, and certainly the applicant for also hanging in there and working with us to, provide various revisions to what was the original application. And this has been going on for now almost a year, over a year. So, basically where I'm at is after reading all the application materials and reviewing all of staff reports and analysis, and after carefully listening and considering the public testimony and email, I've concluded that there is likely no perfect development plan that will satisfy everyone's interests and opinions. It's my conclusion in reviewing all the testimony and evidence that we need to find compromise and common ground that balances a number of key interests. And these interests, to me, the key and most important interests include the following. First is the need to ensure environmentally sustainable physical development of both land and buildings. The second is to provide strong stewardship to our open space program and our ecological interests. Third is to support the city's economic vitality and financial sustainability. Fourth is to be lawful in the application of our municipal code. Fifth, respect and preserve private property rights, as has always been our long tradition in Louisville. I think I'm up to number 5. Number 6, agree on a plan that has a reasonably high probability of financial success and is physically feasible from a developer's and building owner's perspective. And number 7, provide additional potential financial and development incentives to the developer to exceed the minimum GDP requirements that would help incentivize additional open space dedications and to potentially help achieve zero carbon development. So with all that in mind, I took the opportunity, as we've been working on it tonight as we were listening to more comment, to draft a motion for consideration by City Council in the spirit of having something we could respectfully consider, debate, and move forward to help provide direction and perhaps to make some decisions on this application. So I do have a motion, and I've got, unfortunately, 9 conditions. And I'll be happy to read those, but I wonder in the spirit of having everybody be able to see this all at the same time, and perhaps even the public, whether I could ask Meredith if she could put it on the screen just so we're all, looking at the same information.
Councilmember Lifton, we can do that. I might propose that maybe we go through, instead of making a motion and having you list out 9 conditions and then having everyone react to 9 conditions and then having everyone reflect on others, if we could talk through the conditions and see if there's consensus of 4 members on each condition, and then if other people have conditions as well, maybe in the spirit of collaboration that you laid out, we could put together a motion all together.
Well, I'd be happy to collaborate. I think I'd like to get this motion on the floor and then be able to do and I am, believe me, in the spirit of trying to do amendments and find common ground. But if you'll bear with me, let me see if I can get a second and get this on the table, and we can go through it, condition by condition and do some voting, add some more, do modifications. I mean, I just want to get something on the record and do it properly, if that's okay. So if I can go through this and then get a second, I think we can, move forward and do exactly what you're suggesting we do. So, and you have it in front of you now, and I'll just quickly read through it. And this is a motion. It would require a second. I move that the Louisville City Council approve Ordinance 1811 Series 2021, approving the ConocoPhillips Campus GDP First Amendment, Red Tail Ridge Master Plan, and that prior to final execution and recordation of the GDP, the following conditions be included in the GDP. Number 1, the GDP be revised to allow a maximum of 3 million gross square feet of building development subject to other conditions below. Number 2, the permitted uses on the site excludes gasoline service stations. Number 3, the applicant shall revise the sustainability commitment plan to note that all commercial development above 10,000 square feet shall meet LEED Silver rating. Number 4, the public land dedication shall be increased to 83.7 acres of land, with the recently added 20.3 acres of publicly dedicated open space be located around the pond in Parcel C and contiguous to the currently identified open space in Parcel A. Number 5, that the applicant shall be provided an additional 11,761 square feet of building space development for every additional acre of open space dedicated to the city above the required 83.7 acres in locations and amounts approved by the city, up to a total public open space dedication of 100 acres. Number 6, all buildings shall be heated, cooled, and provided hot water by electric power, and the use of natural gas will be limited to providing backup emergency electrical generation power, and only for process uses where the best available technology cannot rely on electrical power, or if electrical power is deemed to be impractical or infeasible. Number 7, the applicant will be required to raise its commitment for rooftop or ground-mounted solar-generated electricity from the original 2 megawatts of power to a minimum of 3 megawatts, and that solar power be installed in proportion to the square footage of the overall project build-out. Number 8, the applicant shall make all parking lots and structured parking EV ready and provide level 2 charging stations for 3% of all parking spaces. The applicant shall also provide level 3 fast charging stations in sufficient quantities necessary to meet occupant demands. And finally, number 9, the applicant shall be permitted to increase its approved building space in each parcel by up to 10% as a quote-unquote density bonus if requested by the applicant and if the city determines that the proposed development in the respective parcel qualifies as fully net zero facilities without the use of purchased renewable energy credits, and if the additional density does not present other materially consequential impacts that cannot be accommodated or mitigated in the development plan. So that's my motion with 9 conditions. I'd like to make that the basis of starting the conversation and possibly adding or changing what I've put on the table. To do that, I would need a second.
Is there a second? Mayor Pro Tem Maloney.
I'll second the motion.
Thank you. And Councilmember Lipton and others, I appreciate that you're trying to move things along, but I could now make a substitute motion with my 10 conditions, and then we would debate those. So I do think that this is super aggressive and doesn't actually take a step in the spirit of collaboration. And so we will need to talk through each of the conditions that have been laid out. And if other people have conditions too, in the spirit of collaboration, I think we should consider other people's conditions that may be being shortchanged by proceeding in this fashion. So if you'd like to speak to the motion, Councilmember Lipton, please do.
Well, no, actually, the motion is, really intended to meet those 8 or 9 goals that I mentioned before introducing the motion. I'm trying to find a balance in terms of, how much development potential that we would allow and be able to accomplish our open space needs. I'm also really focused on trying to do sustainable, environmentally sustainable development and provide actual incentives to the developer to be able to move in that direction and accomplish that. But it also recognizes that has to be done in a financially feasible manner. And I'm, in support of, some of the conversations we had about building heating and cooling and hot water. And I applied that to all buildings, not just, the office buildings. And certainly increase the requirement on the solar, the active mounted solar generation that would be part of the development plan from the 2 million to the 3 million megawatts of power. So, I think what I'm trying to do is find something that's going to get us to what's probably the most environmentally sustainable development, and one that actually would reward net zero ideas and investments, and one that I think meets the other goals and needs of our community. So I'll leave it at that. I know there's a lot of discussion. There's going to be a lot of other input, and so open it up to the rest of you.
Thank you. So first, I guess I'll ask if we can all get a copy of the document so we can all follow along. And so if we could take a 5-minute recess at 7:39 so we can all be emailed these comments so that we can all follow along and then go through them in order so that we're not randomly talking about them, that'd be useful. So it's 7:39 and we'll take a 5-minute break to get emailed. Councilmember Dickinson.
Mayor, can I request a 10-minute break? Is
it okay with everybody if we do a 10-minute break and then not do another 10-minute break at 8 o'clock? Like this will be our 10-minute break. Okay, so it's 7:39 and we'll take a 10-minute break to refill our beverages and then to also get this email so we all have the document in front of us. Thanks. And City Clerk Musa, if you could please post it on the city website as a link so members of the public have access to it as well. Thank you. Councilmember Brown, can you hear me? Just waiting for Councilmember Brown to get back. There we go. All right, everyone's back. Was everyone able to receive the document? All right, nods all around. And I'll just verify with the clerk, were we able to post the document on the website?
Yes, it's posted both on the council agenda page and on the calendar item. But if someone can't find it, they might need to refresh their page in case it's loading an old version of the page.
Thank you very much. All right, and just to lay out for people, I sort of was anticipating a number of different possible scenarios tonight, and one was that there were a number of complicated amendments. And so just so people know sort of the path that we're on, if we do come up with a motion that has many amendments, my recommendation is that we give direction to staff, the nature of the amendments we want to see, and then ask them to bring back the resolution with all the amendments incorporated correctly, so that they ensure that they're legally enforceable and bindable and they have time to review them. So we can go through and describe our intent tonight. And then if we come up with a list of conditions of approval, I would suggest that we ask the staff to work on those and bring them back in total so that we have that all documented correctly. But it wouldn't reopen the public hearing once we've closed it. Once we've agreed on the conditions and had all that, it would be done. It would really just be back to ensure that the wording is memorialized in the spirit that the council had intended it to. So just laying that out there so people aren't surprised by that. And we'll go through, if we could please go through in order from the top to bottom. So starting with number one, and if everybody can get a chance to comment on the first condition through the last, and then we'll have time for other people to offer friendly amendments of additional conditions that they may have wanted to propose tonight that weren't included in this proposal from Councilmember Lifton. So we'll go in order. And first up is Mayor Pro Tem Maloney.
Mayor, can I jump in for just a second? I had a
Councilmember Lay with a point of order.
Yes, I actually had two of them. One of them, first, this is a controversial proposal, and I do appreciate, Mayor, the difficulty of going through what we're about to go through, and I really appreciate the care with which you're going and attending to that, because this is challenging, to say the least. But I had a little bit of a question about how we're gonna go through this point by point. As I understand, that's part of it, but it's the voting piece that I guess I had a question about. I have a little bit of a concern about voting on each thing as it comes up. If what we're doing is sort of up or down on, if it's what shall I say, kind of a straw vote to see whether we're building a consensus around that. That's sort of one thing. I think if, we're sort of speak now or forever hold your peace, that might be another. But I wanted to find out what you were proposing on that, if I had understood that correctly.
Yeah, what I had proposed was doing a straw vote on each one to make sure that there was general consensus around the points as we go through. That was what I was proposing.
Very good. And I think that's perfect from my standpoint. The second point of order
but just to clarify on that, if someone wants to make a substitute motion, I'm not trying to change our meeting rules or anything like that. I'm just trying to, I'm trying to avoid the situation where everyone puts out substitute motions that have 8 or 9 conditions that are different. And so if we can talk through I have a different list of conditions than Councilmember Lipton put forward. So to avoid me just making a substitute motion and me listing my 9 conditions and then, I just want to avoid that. So that's why I proposed going through each condition and then talking about additional conditions.
And I absolutely support you on that. From
okay.
My
and
perspective.
What was your other point of order?
Yeah, the second one really had to do with another aspect, and that is the way in which we're sitting or how we are sitting in this hearing. And it has to do with I want to just make sure we maybe get a little bit of clarity from the city attorney, because she did say at the outset something to the effect, I don't want to put words in her mouth, but that something to the effect that we shouldn't be swayed by public sentiment, and that has rankled some of the people from the public. And I wanted to make sure I understood, and all of us understood, and the public understood what counsel to us meant by that comment in relation to just sort of public opinion generally or whatnot. And I wanted to see if we could get the city attorney perhaps just to clarify what was meant by that.
City Attorney Kelly.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Councilmember Lay, because I do think that perhaps my comment was misconstrued by some members of the public. The council takes public comment on these applications for a good reason, because it assists the council in applying all of the facts to the criteria that are required to be considered by the council in this quasi-judicial hearing. And those criteria are in your municipal code. I've also directed you to a state statute that may have some bearing on the council's deliberations this evening. So public sentiment is not comments that relate to criteria. Those are certainly for your consideration in helping you apply the facts to the criteria. Public sentiment is comments that don't relate to any of your criteria for approval. And my purpose in mentioning that is simply to try to direct your attention and your deliberations to the legal requirements that are found in your code and in the state statutes that are to guide your decision-making tonight. And, I would again encourage the council members to specifically address those criteria in working through the issues, including conditions of approval, to have some discussion about how council members find that, certain conditions or evidence that was received throughout this public hearing relates to the criteria that is to guide your decisions.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Mayor, can I make just one comment on that?
You have the floor, Councilmember Lay.
Okay. I think one of the things that's challenging here is that we're sitting as a quasi-judicial body. It's hard for members of the public who elected us and who see us typically as legislators to imagine us, if you will, as having robes on. It helps, I think, to kind of imagine that, because in many ways, the embodiment of the public is the criteria at some level, and then the public is provided all kinds of useful information analysis on these criteria that are critically important to our decision making. And I think just as we we wouldn't expect a judge to put his finger in the air, or her put her finger in the air to decide how something was going to come out. We can't do that here. We're bounded. But we're not bounded by something that is dead. We've got statutes and standards and so forth. But we also have the evidence that, you know, staff has provided, the applicant, and all of the people who've written in and all of that. And so all of that affects how we look at the criteria. But this is, I told somebody who is interested in watching, this is actually the Constitution in action, because we have duties to follow due process. Due process is notice and an opportunity to be heard. That's the applicant and the rest of us, especially the applicant who's is before us. So anyway, I mean, I just say those things because I think it sounds like, or it sounded initially like the city attorney was saying, don't listen to the public, or that's absolutely not what she just said. And I wanted to make sure she clarified that, and I think she has, but I wanted to just mention a couple of those comments because I know people who are watching struggle with this, because it just doesn't seem like why are they talking this way and bounded by these conditions? And I hope that's helpful. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Maloney.
I was first up. Oh yeah, good.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. So it's your intention just to start working through the conditions proposed by Councilor Lipton. That's fine. I was going to speak to the motion, but I'm going to do that very briefly, if I may. I appreciate the opportunity to second this so that we can have this discussion about conditions, because I think we all believe, I'm going to speak for myself. I believe there's merit in the application if we can work through conditions that make it fit for the city. The first thing I want to say, though, is I have a great respect for the city staff who's been working with this application for maybe 2 years. And it's gone through a lot of iterations. So the city staff has put a lot into this, whether it's been land use or the fiscal analysis or open space, or sustainability, transportation issues. And I also have great respect for the public opinion and the testimony and the emails. Those have all shaped this application over time. And that's what we have before us now, is something's been shaped by those comments. So I will stop there. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And just in response to your first, you sort of asked a question of just going through them in order. People don't have to feel compelled to comment on each one. It's just looking for if there's general agreement or general disagreement on the conditions so we can work through them. Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the opportunity to speak, and I'll have a number of thoughts throughout the evening on Councilmember Lipton's motion. At this point, I'd like to move that we amend the first provision, number 1, and we strike 3 million and we substitute 1.6 million in its place.
Thank you. And so you moved that, and we can go through this with motions and seconds and vote on them formally, or we can do straw polls and record the outcomes of the straw polls. So in this case, you moved it and I'll second it so that we can get a vote on that, but I don't think we have to act. So we can act that formally if that's how people would like to proceed, but I think we can go a little bit more with a thumbs up, thumbs down approach. Any discussion of the motion, Councilmember Lay?
I can go ahead and speak to it if you'd like, Mayor, or we can let other folks. Sure.
Sorry about that.
I move this initially because I think it's important to recognize this history of the site, that we have approved development on the site previously, and this was the original size of the development on this particular site. it's a size that provides a sufficient amount for a sizable campus, as well as allows for the protection of important open spaces. So that's the reason that I have moved this particular motion.
All right, Councilmember Lay.
I didn't expect that, but I appreciate Councilman Brown's digging into history a little bit. Other than, and what year was that proposed? Just so we have that on the record. Do we know? Was it 78 or was it? Can't remember what year it was. At any rate, it is. You're talking about when the Storage Tech Campus was first contemplated. Is my understanding correct?
It looks like Councilmember Brown is nodding yes.
And I appreciate that. I don't quite know what to make of that, except that I don't know how that relates to the criteria that we're considering. I suspect that Councilmember Brown has something in mind besides just the fact that it was proposed at one time some years ago. But I want to, provide the opportunity to get a little more clarity on that.
Sure, I'll speak to the motion since I seconded it. So I had, a short amount of time to reflect on what Councilmember Lipton put in front of us. And I think you can reasonably argue that the allowable use by right is the storage tech underlying zoning. That's what's been granted and built. The general development plan that was approved for the ConocoPhillips was approved at 2.5 million, but never executed on and has expired. So there was additional density given at one time, but was never implemented. And so I think somewhere between 1.6 and 2.5 can be reasonably argued about what's entitled to the property. And there's no reason to give additional entitlements because the applicant has failed to demonstrate that there's a sufficient transportation plan, that open space is protected, that there's a water quality plan that addresses the impacts of the site, that the heat island effect has been mitigated, that the location type and character of the streets is sufficient for the general development plan, and that the proposed land uses lend themselves to economic stability in the community. So I think leaving the general development plan maximum gross square feet at the underlying zoning is appropriate. And that's why I seconded the motion and am in favor of it.
Can I ask a question of staff?
Because yes, I didn't close the public hearing.
Oh, you did.
So that
you did.
I did. No, I didn't. It's so that council members could ask staff questions. But when we get firmed up, I will close the public hearing so that we can. And at that point, we won't be able to continue to take in more evidence.
My concern on, and I thank you, Mayor, for explaining and adding to that. I guess we have to sort of define terms here. And I think understanding what the use by right actually is would be pretty important to us all right now. And I guess I would prefer to start with staff and ask for their understanding of what the use by right is in terms of square footage. Thank you.
Director Zucchero.
Sure, yeah. So the ConocoPhillips Campus General Development Plan was approved with the rezoning to Planned Community Zone District. So it was rezoned with that general development plan. While PUDs do expire, I don't believe general development plans expire. And so the general development plan would technically still be in effect for the property.
And so Director Zucchero, will you answer Councilmember Lay's question about how many square feet are entitled with that?
I think it's 2.5 million on the GDP. I'm going to pull it up just to be 100% sure how it's worded, but my understanding is the GDP provides approximately 2.5 million square feet of development. It might take me just a minute to pull it up if you want to continue discussion, and I'll come back to give a
yeah, I think my only comment is kind of lining that up, depending on what Director Zuccaro concludes or indicates. Mayor, I'm very uncomfortable. Well, I'm not uncomfortable asking. I mean, we need to start somewhere here. Probably for just a yay or nay from the city attorney as to whether she agrees that the number that he provides is correct or incorrect. I think that would probably be a good thing.
Councilmember Lay, I just didn't understand your question. So if you could reframe it. I don't know, maybe everyone else understood what you just asked, but I just wasn't clear.
I'll reframe it. When Director Zuccaro comes up with the answer that he is working to locate right now, I would like to confirm with the city attorney whether she agrees with that, so that we all understand what the right of the applicant actually is on this.
Great. Director Zuccaro.
Sure. So the general development plan that was approved notes a FAR of 0.15 based on the gross area of 391.719 acres, which totals 2,559,492 square feet. So that's the note that provides the maximum density on the general development plan.
So just looking back to Councilmember Brown, was it your intention to make a motion just reflecting the current maximum allowable?
No, my motion was to reflect the maximum development that the site has ever seen. And since we are modifying the GDP this evening, I don't believe that the previous GDP is necessarily, while it is interesting and relevant, it is certainly not controlling. And therefore it is, there will be lots of conditions that Councilmember Lipton and others will want to put onto this this GDP as an amendment. And this is my proposal to amend the GDP.
Thank you, Councilmember Brown. And I see Councilmember Lipton's hand. We might just take a straw poll on the proposal that's on the table to move forward.
Can we get a comment from the city attorney on this?
Oh, sure. I actually think I think other folks on council might be able to make their decision without that additional information. That's sorry that I was leaping forward. And I didn't mean to cut that question off. City Attorney Kelly.
Thank you, Mayor. I do agree with Planning Director Zuccaro that GDPs don't expire under our code. PUDs have a three-year period after which a building permit can't be pulled, but my understanding of the city zoning code is that the GDP does not have an expiration date. Now, what the GDP does is establishes that particular set of development standards as shown in the GDP. So, I guess I wouldn't say there's a use by right for a particular number of gross square feet of development because it's integral and part and parcel of the GDP. And, really when you're talking about use by right, that's really more of a hard zoning concept, where you're looking at residential, industrial, commercial. So the GDP is important because it does lay the groundwork of all the zoning entitlements for the property.
Councilmember Lipton?
Gosh, I sure hope the other 9 plus your 10 go a little faster than this one. But I just do want to point out, I do want to make a comment. I was first involved with this property and the original GDP and subsequent GDPs, both ones that were approved and ones that failed, and comprehensive plans every 10 years or whenever we did them since 1984. And just to share the history a little bit with you, it wasn't a lot of science that went into the comprehensive plans for this property. It was more like, okay, what was the current owner's plans, which at that point, originally STK, STC, which was a disk drive manufacturing firm. It was largely, ugly, functionally inappropriate manufacturing facilities, industrial buildings, and with some R&D and some office. It was, believe me, not beautiful. It was extremely sprawling, and it's not what you would want in today's world. ConocoPhillips, when we redid the comprehensive plan to incorporate the property yet again under ConocoPhillips' ownership, it was basically accepting what their development plans were at the time. And it was a single user occupant, which is probably not what we desire in today's world. And it was not, it didn't maximize necessarily the site, nor did it leave a lot in the way of things like open space and amenities. It was a closed campus and they wanted to keep it that way. And, so like I said, there wasn't a lot of science that went into it. Basically, it was accepting what had already been approved and incorporated in the comprehensive plan. Today's world, and what we have been espousing endlessly over the last, several months, particularly on this property, is our desire for sustainable development. And there's no way to get around the fact that sustainable development requires density. It requires certainly more density than what Storage Tech had on their property back in 1978. It required more density than what ConocoPhillips was proposing. And what's being proposed now is probably of the quantity and quality of density that's going to be required in order to get what we say we want, which is a sustainable development, perhaps even a net zero development there. So I just want to point out how the comp plan got to where it was, starting back in the 1970s to where we are now. And it was always based on the design and the planning of whoever owned the property at the time. So it wasn't a huge amount of science that went into it. And I just want you all to know that.
Councilmember Fahey?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to add my approval for the 3 million square foot option. I don't see a benefit in, certainly not in going back to the 1.6 that was in the 70s. That was another world ago. And even the ConocoPhillips property, as Councilor Lipton was saying, that was also approved with great height restrictions or variances. That they were at one point proposing a 10-story building that did not get built. But I think that Brubacher has made concessions, and that they should go ahead and have the at least the 3 million as their allowed square footage.
All right, so is there any interest in moving forward Councilmember Brown's proposal? It looks like general consensus of council members is there is not. I would just like to speak for what I think I spoke to was a proposal of 2.5 million square feet, which is what's allowed today, and a floor area ratio of 0.15. I don't see any benefit that's been demonstrated for increasing the site plan and increasing the amount of space here. While I recognize what Councilmember Lipton's talking about densification and per capita benefits from a sustainability standpoint, the actual marginal sustainability of each unit of carbon emissions is 0 for the site right now, and anything we do here will increase the carbon emissions for the site because there's no activity there today. So while I understand the points that he's making, I also think we have to recognize the economic and social impacts of adding additional development and demand overall. And I have not seen any demonstration that we should grant the developer additional density beyond what's already allowed. And I wonder if council is willing to entertain changing Councilmember Lipton's proposal from 3 million to 2.5. Councilmember Brown.
I'm willing to entertain that. I will also formally withdraw my 1.6 million motion with the request that without objection that we re-register that only the mayor and myself were in favor of that previous proposal. But for that, I will second the sort of informal motion, if you will, that you make on 2.5.
I'm just trying to get a general vibe from folks on the 2.5 number. Mayor Pro Tem Maloney.
Could we do thumbs up, thumbs down on the proposal from Councilor Lipton, please?
Sure. So that's a no on 2.5. And so are folks wanting to include a condition of approval for 3 million? To increase the density of the site to 3 million square feet. Is that what folks want to include a condition of? All right, there's general consensus for that. So the next one is was proposed by the applicant to include a condition to exclude gas service stations. Any discussion of that? General consensus. Councilmember Brown, is your hand a leftover hand, or do you have a comment?
I have a comment, actually. I'd just like that we record all of the straw votes as part of the record this evening.
Thank you, Councilmember Brown. Councilmember Lay.
Yeah, a point of order. I mean, I appreciate the fact that we're on the record. We have a recording going. I suppose, Mayor, that you are the arbiter of what is and is not to be done. But in my view, a straw poll is a straw poll. It is not, this is exactly the thing I don't want, because there, while I don't want the idea that we can't revisit anything ever again. That's what I think worries me about what Councilmember Brown just proposed, is we're building to that. And I don't think that's going to be very good for consensus building going forward.
Well, so just going through this, I have heard several council members with the idea that hopefully we'll be able to get through this in some kind of orderly and kind and considerate fashion. And so I think it's reasonable that we record what happens in the meeting and record people's positions. Like, we're all adult council members, that it's a tough job. We all signed up for it. We all can do it. And it's not a binding final vote. It is a straw vote. So I think the minutes would reflect accurately what's happening in the meeting, like they always do. And I think we can move forward.
Are we going to do this every time we have a vote from now on any land use or other matter? I mean, I think we deserve, I mean, if we're going to change the rule in the middle.
So Councilmember Lay, my point was not at all to change the rule. I was trying to actually point out that the city clerk reflects the meeting minutes every meeting of what happens during the discussion and deliberation. So that was the intent of my comments. And like, we have a video, and like we have meeting minutes that reflect our actions.
So we're not doing anything different than normal.
And council members have a right to review the minutes and make corrections and all of those things, just like we always do.
I just want to understand if what Councilmember Brown just proposed is anything different than we normally do.
I think what I heard Councilmember Brown propose is that the record reflect the discussion, and that even though people aren't voicing their opinions, we are making signals of our opinions. So I think he was asking that the record reflect what people signal. That's what I heard him ask.
Mayor Stolzman, might I ask if you would like me to record the straw votes exactly? It would be helpful if we did oral voting, not just thumbs up, thumbs down. It's hard for me to catch it all. And some people weren't raising their hands.
So
otherwise, I can just go with consensus, as you said, and just say what the consensus is.
Here's what I'll propose, because I do think we need to be able to get through this in a meaningful fashion and have discussion. If folks want to register objection with one or any of the different proposals that come forward, that they can do so on the record. I mean, if people want to make their position known, they should be able to. And this, I just am trying to move us through this process in the spirit of working through it. Alternatively, I could propose just asking staff to bring back a resolution of denial. I mean, I think we're working really hard to amend an application, and we're saying it can't be approved without all of these conditions, which means that the application in its current form is not approvable. So, I mean, I think part of the struggle is that, you know, we're trying all very hard to get to a point where there's something that we can approve. And now we're focusing so much on process and not the substance of the discussion. So I just would like to get back to the substance of the discussion. Councilmember Brown.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'm not trying to hold up the process. I just think it's important that people understand where all of the council members are on each of these issues. Each of them is very important. We've heard many comments on each of them. And so, you know, I would hate for folks not to understand exactly where everyone on council is regarding each of these particular issues.
Councilmember Dickinson.
Thanks, I appreciate that. And certainly, I think you all know me well enough to know that I don't mind my my opinion being known. I feel like the official recording of our discussion and our thumbs up and thumbs down feels divisive and feels like a tool to say, hey, I just want to let you know, this is how everybody voted on these individual things. And it really, I think, distracts from us being able to have a conversation and get to consensus. But it is true that we're going through and trying to get to 4 on each of these things, and not 7. You know, there doesn't seem to be a lot of energy towards that, but at least trying to get to 4 each time. So of course, to Councilmember Brown's point, everyone has a right to know what we're getting to. And I think to the mayor's point, everyone has that ability to look at the video, watch things, listen, people are paying attention, and to go through each moment and record everybody's vote just kind of feels like it isn't in the spirit of collaboration.
Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Councilmember Dickinson. I appreciate that. I appreciate also, I mean, there's a lot of things that I want to say about the spirit of collaboration this evening. I thought that when we talked last time at the last meeting that we had talked about, we would have specific proposals and specific motions, and we would take them one by one. And instead, what we have is a very large motion in front of us that we need to take. And I don't know that was in the spirit of collaboration. So I am mindful of that, trying to be collaborative, but also trying to have meaningful discussions on each of the relevant portions of this particular proposal. With that, I'm happy to let the record as a recording reflect it, but you know, want to make sure that we get a chance to have a meaningful dialogue about each issue.
Thank you. So does anyone want to register any concern with the second proposal that the permitted uses exclude gas service stations as proposed by the applicant? All right, so there's agreement on that. The applicant shall revise the sustainability commitment plan to note that all commercial development above 10,000 square feet shall meet LEED Silver rating. Any discussion of that? Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. I will propose that we change the language of this particular provision to say that all buildings must meet at least the LEED Silver standard, and commercial buildings must meet the LEED Gold standard.
Any discussion?
The reason that I'm proposing this is that we heard in the last hearing that there will be, and over the course of this, that there is a large impact, climate impact of this development. We also heard that because it is in a suburban area, it drives traffic. Whereas if it were in an urban area, it would be easier to meet certain standards, and there would be additional transportation options that would help to alleviate some of the climate concerns. What I'm trying to do is increase the sustainability of this particular proposal in order to mitigate some of those climate impacts.
Thank you, Councilmember Brown. Councilmember Dickinson?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Brown. I like the concept. If I understand it, you were taking out the 10,000 square foot, right? So it's all buildings, so dropping the 10,000 square feet, and then commercial buildings specifically being gold. So if I'm to understand the difference, by omission, Councilmember Lipton's does not include industrial or so you're proposing that we take industrial to LEED Silver and then take commercial to gold, and there's no square footage necessary to get there. Did I understand your? Okay, great. So I like the concept. Obviously, I love the idea of getting to gold, and I could support this. I think I need maybe a little help from staff. Have we done this anywhere else similarly? Is there any other GDP where we've required silver or gold? And I apologize for my ignorance here, but do we have any historic references for when we've required any of this? Is this more than usual, same as usual, or unique?
Director Zucchero.
Yes. The answer to the question is no, we don't have any GDPs that have required LEED certification on previous developments.
But Director Zucchero, did the applicant propose LEED certification in their sustainability plan in this GDP?
Yes, they did. Yeah, so the sustainability plan included LEED certified for industrial and LEED Silver for all other development. That's what the proposal is.
Can I finish my thoughts, Mayor, then?
Councilmember Dickinson.
Is it okay? Thanks. So then, Councilmember Lipton, is your intention that you've changed? The only thing you're changing is 10. How does this amendment change the original? I'm trying to keep track of what your adjustment is, and then I understand Councilmember Brown's, I think. So what does yours do to the current proposal?
Councilmember Lipton.
Yeah, I'll have to ask Rob for some help. My recollection is this was a recommendation as worded that came to us through Planning Commission and through the staff original condition that we saw with the back in July. Rob, is that correct?
Yeah. So I think what came out of the Planning Commission was the sustainability plan that referenced it for, I think it was retail, but it wasn't broadly including all commercial, which staff believed was the intent. It's to amend the sustainability plan that was in the original packet to clarify that not just retail development, but not just office development. It was office. It only specified office, I believe. So it was to clarify that all commercial development would have to meet the silver. But the intent was also to still exclude industrial from silver but it would need to meet certified, LEED certified, which is in the sustainability plan that was in the original packet.
So Rob, if you could just review the bidding a little bit more. Was it the applicant then that just recently said it would be to all commercial buildings, I think including office and industrial?
So I don't believe that the applicant has proposed, that LEED Silver would apply to all buildings, including commercial and industrial. So I think they provided information, they provided scoring related to LEED on the industrial side. There was information about, in their analysis, maybe some limitations on core and shell certification that make LEED Silver especially difficult on the industrial side. So that's why they were proposing LEED certified for industrial. Did I answer your question?
Well, I think so.
Okay.
I would. It's my understanding that we don't have a LEED Gold building, commercial building in the entire city, and that the city has not even accomplished that with its own buildings. And I feel uncomfortable about requiring that for this particular development, although the applicant did volunteer to do a large component of it meeting LEED Silver certification standards. I think my experience with industrial buildings is that they're very difficult to gain LEED Silver certification because it's largely large volumes of space, and actually the requirements for it are not well developed, I think, for the industrial sector as they are for the business, for the office space sector. I'd be a little cautious about going down this road. I mean, certainly I don't care if we take out 10,000 square feet, but I don't want to introduce something that is infeasible and something that just can't, be done, under the LEED's requirements. Because I don't think that would be fair. I would like, and Mayor, I know this would be a procedural challenge, just to ask the applicant what they were last proposing on this issue, because I think they did revise their proposal and made some clarification on what they could be able to do with LEED Silver.
We're technically still on Councilmember Dickinson's turn, and so you were answering a question of his, and so I just want to go back to him, and then I have not closed the public hearing, so we can ask the applicant to clarify where we are on this.
Thank you.
Okay, well, I appreciate that, Mayor. I think to wrap up my comments from what I've heard from everyone on this is I would like this development to be the most environmentally friendly development we've ever done. If all industrial being LEED certified and all commercial being LEED Silver is the most we've ever done, that excites me. Of course, I would prefer what Councilmember Brown has of all buildings being LEED Silver and commercial being LEED Gold. That's obviously better. So I would prefer that. And so a little bit more conversation from the rest of you on whether that does seem attainable. Like, of course, if we're allowing industrial use, forget about everything else. If we're allowing industrial use in this area and industrial can't get to silver, I'm not saying it can't, but if it can't, then that's silly, right? It's silly. It doesn't make sense to require something that is not feasible. But if it is feasible, I could get more excited about Councilmember Brown's proposal.
Thanks, Councilmember Dickinson. Mr. Pakal, could you please come on and the screen and let us know where the current proposal is from you as the applicant on LEED certification?
Yes, Mayor Stolzman. So where we sit today is I think what Director Zuccaro explained, where it is LEED Silver for commercial buildings above 10,000 feet and LEED certified for industrial. And, the comment about being infeasible is accurate. And we've been working very closely with Branch Pattern, who's a nationally recognized consultant on this, to really figure out how far can we push and still have the project be feasible. And that is that point that we've proposed.
Thank you. Thank Mayor Pro Tem Maloney.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I appreciate where Councilor Brown is coming from, and I think Councilor Dickinson, captured it really well. We're all looking for this being a really great example of sustainability efforts, and so where I fall down on this, or where I come down on this, is what really is feasible. And so I can support this condition as it's currently written. I do believe that we as councilors have more responsibility for other things that we approved. We approved an industrial building just within the last few weeks with no requirement like this. And so I hope that our work plan for next year, we start addressing this really for all buildings and not just for this application. So I can support the condition that is currently written, given the information that we currently have. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just weigh in here with my thoughts. So we do have in our work plan to address these issues. And so I'm proud of the council, and I know everyone does care greatly about sustainability. I just look at this very differently than has been described by anyone else. So there's an existing set of allowable uses, and we're being asked to modify those uses. So there's commercial and light industrial currently allowed, and so we're being asked to add additional industrial use groups that are not allowed today. And so if these additional use groups cannot be compatible with our community's standards, and they create these emissions and they create these other negative externalities, then we shouldn't add that use group. So I'm comfortable adding the industrial use group because I understand from the applicant's presentation that it adds more diversity to the site, gives them more different options they can pursue to fill it, makes it more likely to be successful. But in adding that new use group, it seems reasonable to require that it meets the standards of the other use groups. And so the applicant has proposed that the other use groups can be LEED Silver, and maybe every industrial building today can't be LEED Silver, but some can. And so those are the tenants we should go after here. And alternatively, if we can't include that all of the facilities should be LEED Silver, then we should exclude industrial uses from the use group categories because they're not compatible with the rest of the site in the land uses as proposed in the GDP. So that's how I look at it. And so that's why requiring this additional condition seems reasonable to me, is because it's directly associated with a new use group. Councilmember Lipton.
Yeah, thank you. Based on what the applicant just said, we may be able to strengthen this a bit, and certainly because it really doesn't mention industrial buildings. And if the applicant said the industrial buildings would be LEED certifiable, I think that was the term used. And correct me, applicant, if that's wrong. Then I don't mind putting that in to strengthen this condition.
That's fine, Councilmember Lipton. It's already in the sustainability plan, which is already in the agreement as that. So I'm not sure we need to add a condition to that. And as I stated before, I think we're just going to give this list of conditions to staff and then ask them to make sure that they reflect them appropriately throughout, and then bring us back a final written document. So I think they heard the intent that you just said there.
Yeah, I think my intent would be to have a higher standard for industrial, although not probably the same standard as you would have for office development.
Councilmember Dickinson.
So the Sustainable Action Plan states that we want industrial to be LEED certified.
Yeah, so on the sustainability plan on page 1 of 5, it says additionally all industrial buildings will be required to be LEED BD plus C certified using the most current version of the rating system available through core and shell or new construction programs.
Okay, well I support that.
So Councilmember Lay.
Yeah, I found myself wanting to support Councilmember Brown's suggestion. The only, and I come at this a little bit differently, and actually looking at the RIPRA, and I think this is a discretionary condition. And if it's tied to a duly adopted standard, which it sounds like it is because of the Sustainability Action Plan, right? That this would be just fine and I could support it.
Thanks, Councilmember Lay. Any other discussion from members?
Yeah, just as a point, not to be confused with our Sustainability Action Plan. The term that's in this is Sustainability Commitment Plan, which is what has been submitted by the applicant.
Thanks, Councilmember Lipton. So I am getting mixed directions from folks on this. It seems like about 3 people have said that they would be interested in adding a condition for LEED Gold or some other commitment around industrial, and about 3 people have said they're interested in a slightly modified version of Councilmember Lipton's proposal. Is there a way to get past this with consensus around how to move forward? Councilmember Fahey?
Yeah, I would go with, for various reasons, I'm not quite as impressed with getting LEED certifications. And so getting a LEED Silver, I think would be sufficient because we're doing other things in requiring the electrification of the buildings and limiting gas, things like that, that I think will get us to where we want to be for LEED, and requiring the EV charging stations, things like that. So I'd be willing to go with Councillor Lipton's suggestion.
All right, so there's general consensus on Councilmember Lipton's suggestion. So the next one is number 4, public land dedication shall be increased to 83.7 acres of land with the recently added 20.3 acres of publicly dedicated open space to be located around the pond and parcel C and contiguous to the currently identified open space parcel in parcel A. I would like to offer a friendly proposal to include after that period, land intended as open natural land will be zoned as open space on dedication. I don't know how council members feel about the proposal altogether, and we'll start with Councilmember Brown.
Mayor, could you just repeat your sentence again?
Oh, I was just proposing adding the purpose of my sentence is that the city charter requires us to zone open space as open space zone district zoning. So I was proposing that when they plat and dedicate the land, that it be zoned at that time so that the future action is not needed. So I proposed adding the sentence, land intended as open natural land will be zoned as open space on dedication, not to be confused with like if ball fields are programmed or a public facility, that wouldn't be zoned, but just land intended as open natural land will be zoned as open space on dedication.
Thank you.
Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it. I think we've heard a lot from residents about a desire to dedicate all of the land north of the east-west line that is defined by Disk Drive as open space and have that dedicated to the city. And so I would like to take everyone's temperature on that particular proposal.
Councilmember Lay.
Are we commenting on Councilmember Brown's?
Your hand was up, and so you can comment on whatever you would like to
comment on anything. Okay.
I think the proposal on the table is number 4, and then we can also take up like Councilmember Brown's as a 4B, and then I may have a 4C also. So I think Councilmember Lipton's is the topic on the table.
What I would say is I'm not, I think, in favor of everything north of Tape Drive being open space, but I do think that there are a whole variety of reasons why the amount of the dedication that was proposed by the applicant is insufficient, based upon the substantial impact, for example, of the increased traffic on on both the air quality potentially and of this. I think there are a whole variety of impacts that alone would necessitate a greater amount. I don't have a proposal at the very moment to suggest exactly how much. I'd like to hear more comment, but if we're taking temperatures, I'm in the middle on that one.
Mayor Pro Tem Maloney.
I'm not sure what in the middle means. You know, this is one of those things that we've talked a lot about. And I think that everybody on council has a lot of respect for open space. You know, it's something I mentioned in one of the early discussions, because this issue came up about, well, President Biden said we should be doing 30%, so on and so forth. And, you know, so on our website, we state that we have 2,000 acres of open space, and there's 5,162 acres in the city of Louisville, which means we currently have 39% open space. So to look at one application and say it should be something, that's when we got into this numerator, denominator, you know, discussion about how we calculate that. You know, and I use the word purposeful, which has been questioned in the public. And, you know, for me, the open space, the 83.7 that is currently being proposed serves a lot of purpose. And Mayor, you brought up the area in parcel C around the pond, that's been changed. So I can support what is currently being proposed with the 83.7. We're going to get to an additional discussion where there could be more with some concessions, which is the next item, but I can support this one as it's currently stated.
Councilmember Dickinson.
Don't say it. I know I'm muted. Yeah, so, you know, I do appreciate that they went from roughly 40 to 60, you know, a 50% increase. I do also hear from, you know, residents that like, that's not enough. And I know compared to 160 acres, it's nowhere close to that. I mean, that's not middle ground at all. You know, I think by my math, 160 acres is 52% of the land. And I think that's probably not reasonable, although I have a much better understanding now from 2 weeks ago of why, you know, sort of the undeveloped area and that continuousness. And certainly that would be fantastic to have that whole area preserved. I think requiring 52% could be troublesome for us. I think the 83, I had it somewhere, the 83 acres, I think is 25% of the land. And so that's 25% open space. And I know that the Biden administration is talking about, you know, 30 by 30 being 30% undeveloped. So we're over 30% in the undeveloped with the current proposal. We're at 25% in open space and parks. I just want to make sure I'm not doing this wrong. This is very important. So my understanding is the 83.7 is the pond, it's the open space, it's the parks, it's some bike paths, and that's what's getting us to 83.7. And that's about 25% of this land being publicly or dedicated. And then there's other undeveloped land on the site that's really not developing 100% of what's left. So I think we're hitting the Biden 30% as is. I would like to offer the possibility of trying to get to 93 in that number. So they're at 83.7 now, trying to get to 93, which would be 30% of the parcel dedicated to the city. I think it's not what everybody wants, but the requirement's 12% of open space. And so to get to I know there's a lot of numbers, and I apologize, and people can clarify anything I misspoke on, but basically my proposal would be to get that number from 83.7 to 93, which would, by my math, give us about a 30% dedication. So you guys can comment on that.
Thanks, Councilmember Dickinson. So I think we're probably going to need to take this up in pieces in order to get consensus on what to give staff direction on to bring back conditions. So I support Councilmember Dickinson for the public dedication to the city to get to that number. That makes a lot of sense, and it relates back to the impacts of this development, the direct impacts from heat island effect and from the intensity of the development. It also relates to the view corridors and the needs that we have from our criteria as they relate to the PUD development. But I just want to step back for a second and say that when you think about this site, it's got a rural designation in the comprehensive plan. So it's supposed to feel rural. And so I think to accomplish that, you want to have as much clustering as possible of the buildings, which we keep talking about, clustering. And the FAR for the site that's allowed in the existing underlying GDP is 0.15, which means only 15% of the site, if they used all one-story buildings, would have buildings on it. Okay, and there could be roads and there could be parking lots and things like that, but it would only have 15% buildings. And so the applicants proposed increasing that 0.15 up to 0.25. So even if we approve their increased FAR that they've asked for, it's still only 25% of the site that would have buildings on it. So it seems reasonable, since our requirement is that we have a rural area and that we promote clustering, and that's clear in all of our documentation from our comprehensive plan. It's in the previous GDPs. It's incumbent upon us, because of the proposed land use and type and character of development sections of the GDP approval, to look at those things, that we would require substantially clustering, not only 25% or only 15% of buildings on the south part, so you could maintain as much open area together and contiguous as possible. So I'm not proposing that we would have to own it, but that land needs to be together and all in the same spot so that it's meaningful and protects the view corridor. Let me pull up my criteria that I was looking at of the things that it promotes and protects, but the topography, drainage, vegetation, it helps with the type and density of development employment so that the development is compact and together and more likely sustainable. So I see there's like multiple components on this open space component. There's the public land dedication for what the city needs as the land dedication for public facilities, but there's also this issue around clustering. And I think if we take them up collectively and ensure that clustering is done in a way that ensures that there's open, undeveloped land in the area north of Disk Drive, that we will have then accomplished our rural designation, that will still have that rural feel. But if we allow development north of Disk Drive and we just let these buildings go all over the place haphazardly, it will not maintain that rural feel. There'll be landscaped grass. There'll be all these things that are associated with an office park or an industrial park. So there's a lot of things that play together, because then the parking, and the applicants asked not to count the parking structures and things like that. So all these things play together, but I think as sort of like a keystone or a North Star to look at is to say that the undeveloped land north of Disk Drive, regardless of ownership, should be clustered together as undeveloped land. We should have a component of it that's city dedicated open space, and we should require the clustering puts the open land that's otherwise owned by the developer in that area as well. And I think that will best serve the requirements of all of our code. Without that, I won't be able to support the proposal at all. This is like the linchpin for me on the proposal, that in order to maintain that rural designation, which is required in the comprehensive plan, that there has to be clustered open space and clustered development. So that's how I'm coming at it. So there's this piece, which is the public land dedication, but there's also another piece that I think really closely ties to it. Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. I think your proposal for the clustering of the buildings on the south side is not only consistent with the historical nature of the site and the sort of undisturbed, undeveloped area up in the north, but I agree also is consistent with the view corridors and with the maximum protection of the existing area and existing wildlife. And so I would be very much in favor of that, and had actually contemplated a proposal that would just limit development above that line that's defined by Disk Drive, regardless of ownership. Right? I'm happy to keep the ownership of the land in the hands of the applicant, or the portions that they are not currently dedicating, as long as there's a commitment that there would be no development above that line.
Councilmember Lipton?
So in your proposal, Mayor, are you suggesting that the same amount of density could be rearranged in the site so that the density gets pushed away from that north area, but they still will get the entitlements to the full amount of development potential?
Yeah, so
so
I don't think
more of a design issue.
That's what I'm proposing. I think there's still a question in my mind whether the FAR should be 0.15 as it is in the existing GDP or 0.25 as they've proposed. But assuming that gets resolved, that's what you described as accurate.
Yeah. Well, you know, as a general comment, I'm sure some people are not going to like this. I don't really put a lot of value into the executive order that's been referenced as it applies to local development issues and decisions. I mean, this was an executive order that came out of Washington. I don't know how much consultation there was with states and municipalities. It seems like you know, certainly the rules haven't been written. Congress has not enacted anything, and I think it is a real federal intrusion on local sovereignty and local decision making on land use. And I don't think it's appropriate for us to use that as a basis for making decisions on this application. As our city attorney has counseled us, rely on the municipal code. That is what we're obligated to follow. And on the municipal code, I mean, it basically requires a minimum of 12% land dedication. And I think in this case, the applicant has doubled that. I mean, I believe we're at 24%. I think actually that is fairly generous. And I think personally that if we push harder on this issue and we get more demanding, then we're going to find ourselves in some legal issues that we just don't want to wade into as a city. And I would be concerned about setting expectations and precedents for any other property owner in the city. Having made that speech, I'm I am intrigued and I am interested in the clustering and trying to have a kind of a development plan that would optimize the non-developed areas of the applicant and the actual dedication of open space, so it becomes less fragmented and meet some of our other goals in terms of what we want out of open space. But instead of that, I don't think we should be looking at that as an extraction. I mean, I think we just don't want to be in a position of saying, well, we just want more free open space. And, we love open space, but we don't want to pay for it. We love open space, but, we want somebody else to provide it, and without any real rational justification as to why that is and why, and inconsistency with how we've treated other private property owners in the past. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Councilmember Dickinson.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm intrigued as well, Mayor. I think that I really, of course, like the idea of, we talk about it a lot. You're right, clustering, and I know it's a bit of a balancing act of when you cluster, you tend to get taller buildings, or when you cluster, you get a little bit more congestion in that one spot. So there's some trade-offs for what that area looks like if you don't change square footage. So whatever, just for a number that we're not working on, so we're not talking about it like a 0.5 FAR. If it's a 0.5 FAR everywhere, and you squeeze it into a smaller area, you get more open space. Obviously, I'm not preaching to you. You get more open space and taller buildings, tighter buildings, less space between the buildings. So there's a part of me that feels like that development won't feel as rural when you're at the development itself. When you're at the buildings, it's going to feel tight and urban, but the whole area will feel more rural because there'll be more space on the outsides, right? So we will have created a more continuous space. So I'm not really for or against your idea. I think it's very interesting. I'd be interested to see, what the applicant thinks about their ability to move things down. Like to your point, if they have the same number of buildings and we're just asking them to kind of bring them farther south and try to consolidate the same square footage farther south, that seems like a reasonable request. It doesn't, as I think someone was saying, we're not taking that land. We're asking them to reorganize the land they're not building on, but isn't capital O, capital S open space. So I like all of that. And so I'd like to hear more from everybody else, but in general, I support that concept.
Councilmember Brown.
Sorry, Mayor. I think I'll
Residual hand.
Yeah, residual hand. Yeah,
Fahey.
thank you.
No, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'm kind of aligned with Councillor Dickinson, where I like the idea of clustering. I like the idea of anything that's going to, just by the place that it's built, give us more open space. Even if it's not designated as open space, it will feel like open space. It will feel like a park or a community gathering spot. But I am willing then to give other concessions to the builder in order for them to do that. I would be willing to give them another story on their building or something in order to incentivize them to cluster the buildings and move them perhaps farther south.
Mayor Pro Tem Maloney. Thank
you, Mayor. Well, Mayor, I think your idea is interesting, as everybody's noted. And as Councillor Fahey also noted, if we're gonna allow something like that, then there's gonna have to be concessions with density and height. I don't know how you do it otherwise. And that's really sort of, sending, I don't know if we're talking about sending this GDP back, but I don't have any interest in doing that. But I like the idea. So if there's something that can be written in this that provides that kind of flexibility, we're going to have to be giving on density and height, I believe, in order to seriously make that happen. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Maloney, and I don't mean this in any sort of aggressive way. I literally don't understand, so I'm just clarifying. And so I don't understand the trade-off that you're proposing, because the FAR is 0.25 and there's a certain amount of square footage. And so if it all fits south of Disc Drive, then what trade-off has to be made?
I'm suggesting that we need to be more flexible. I'm suggesting that the potential for, as Councillor Fahey mentioned, we may have to have buildings with greater height in order to be able to accomplish that. I don't really want to debate that right now, here and now, but I
apologize. I didn't mean to, I just thought maybe you had like a document that showed it didn't fit south of there or something like that. Or
no. I like the concept. I'm just suggesting that we may have to be giving concessions in order to be able to do that. And the outcome of that could be, as you suggest, more open space feel.
And then Mayor Pro Tem Maloney, just following up, is it also possible that we may not have to? Like if we just, all we're doing in the general development plan is laying out bulk and yard and general areas.
It is possible.
Okay.
But it may not be possible. That's what I'm saying. And I think that we need to be going forward knowing that that's not totally resolved.
Okay, and that we could resolve it through the PUD process.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Thank you for explaining that to me. Councilmember Lay.
Yeah, I think I followed that discussion of Mayor Pro Tem's point, and I think you partially answered, Mayor, my question, which is whether you thought that that the applicant could achieve what it's trying to do without any change in height, for example. And it sounds like you don't necessarily believe that that those concessions are going to have to be made. Is that correct?
I don't think we have enough evidence to know the answer to that. I think that's what the PUD process will show us. I mean, there's an amount of square footage we're giving, and there's a height that we're allowing, and there's, you know, if we make a requirement for a general area where we expect land to be left open and not developed on, I think then through the PUD process we'd find out, but I don't have enough data from what's been presented to tell you. I mean, I can do a back of the envelope calculation, and it seems like it's relatively easy to get all of the buildings on the space south of Disc Drive. So, but I don't think that's meaningful to the rest of the group.
Let me ask, well, yeah, I'm not going to suggest what is or isn't meaningful to the rest of the group. They can speak for themselves. What I would, I like your idea. I think it's a smart one, clustering generally. I wonder whether, and I may be jumping ahead for a minute, but whether it might be worth considering when we get to what conclusion we're going to come to about the amount of open space we're going to request or require, whether we want to consider density bonus at all as one tool to get even more of the open space that we we do desperately want and believe is justified based on the impact. Is that something, and if we don't want to deal with density bonuses, that's fine, but it occurred to me that that's yet another tool that could be in that toolbox.
So I think that's Councilmember Lipton's next bullet that we'll get to. Councilmember Dickinson, maybe we can wrap this one up.
Yeah, I would just like to hear from the applicant if it's feasible to fit, assuming 3 million square feet were to be approved, is it feasible from their perspective to fit the 3 million square feet in the area south of Disc Drive? Is that even within the realm of possibility for them?
Mr. Bacall?
Thank you, Mayor Stolzman. And the feasibility question is a difficult one because we have two different product types, and there's a lot of advantages to that. There's an absorption schedule. There's appealing to different types of users. There's a diversity of employment that comes with that. And if you cluster it all, the only way to keep it is to go up in height. And what that does is eliminates, in a lot of ways, the R&D and manufacturing and some components of bioscience tenants that would be attracted to a more of an R&D industry type use. And so that's part of the challenge of just doing all clustering. It changes the character substantially of the development, where we've tried to stay more suburban and rural and keep that. And so it's a balancing act. So it'd be very difficult for me to say with any clarity that we could do it. It would, of course you can do it. We could have it be all office, but is that what the market, does that make it feasible in this market is a big question there. And so we haven't had a time to evaluate that, of course. And it's a substantial change to the plan and the character that we've been moving forward with through the entire process.
Okay, well, I appreciate that feedback. Yeah, so I think, Mayor, I really like the concept of clustering and of trying to move this development as far south as possible. I don't know if Disk Drive per se is the line that makes that work, but I fully support getting farther from the pond, getting farther south, and trying to bring this as far south as possible. And I do understand that Disk Drive is not arbitrary. I don't want to pretend like it's just a line. No, it's an important line of demarcation. But were we to be flexible here, it would be moving above Disk Drive, but not so far, not as much, and trying to really emphasize clustering south and into the lowest areas. And so I don't know the path forward, Mayor, in my like agreeing with your concept, but maybe not to Disk Drive per se, but in general farther south. I love that concept, and I don't know how to move that forward.
So maybe we break this apart into its many pieces. So there's this question about public dedication, then there's a question of area that must be left open, and then there's a question, the next question around, some people brought up the development bonus question. Councilmember Lipton.
Yeah, I was hoping we could move on to the next item, but
okay,
I had one throwaway comment on if in fact we're going to create.
Let's save throwaway comments. Let's save throwaway comments. We don't have time.
No. If you're going to create what's going to be an office park instead of a mixed-use park, you're going to have an impact on your traffic also, because the industrial takes a load off the office development. So just keep that in mind.
Thanks, Councilmember Lipton. So the proposal that I think I heard that's on the table is sort of a modified Councilmember Lipton proposal. So Councilmember Dickinson changed the number to 93 acres. And I asked that we add the land intended as open natural land will be zoned as open space on dedication. Is there general consensus on that point?
Can you articulate that again?
Sure, Councilmember Lay, you're the deciding factor on general consensus. The public land dedication shall be increased to 93 acres of land with the, and then the land intended as open natural land will be zoned as open space on dedication.
And we're not talking right now about the clustering.
No, just about the public land dedication.
I can support that.
Okay, so there's general consensus on that point.
I would, that is in the middle, but at any rate. Go ahead.
So the next topic was the clustering. So there were a variety of thoughts around this, that generally development should be clustered on the southern portion of the property so that open land in the development is as contiguous as possible to the public land dedication. Is that an okay condition of approval? I'm just trying to capture all the topics that were discussed in that last topic. Mayor Pro Tem Maloney.
Yeah, I think I need you to restate that so I understand exactly what we're.
I was trying to be as fuzzy as Councilmember Dickinson asked that would be, because I would have liked to say that the open land in the proposal will be clustered so that the area of north of Disk Drive remains undeveloped. That's how I would have wanted to word it if I got to put it in as a condition of approval. But I heard Councilmember Dickinson say that, because this PUD process is coming, it needs to be more vague. We don't know enough today. So just that open area in the development would be clustered so that it's contiguous to the public land dedication to the maximum extent possible. And like we're working toward that Disk Drive idea, but we just don't have enough today to add that as a condition.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, it's not like we have a condition where we're saying, 93.7 or something. It's kind of a stated intent.
Yeah, so this is separate from the public land dedication. So like we had consensus around that. This is just a stated intent.
Right, but that's all it is, because there isn't any numbers, there isn't any location. We're saying we're trying to encourage clustering so that there's more open spaces without any capitalization there.
Yeah, so within the general development, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you for the clarification.
Yeah, and just where I was putting that within the general development plan adoption criteria, we're supposed to lay out the location of parks, open spaces, recreation facilities, and public facilities, and also the type and character of development and the proposed land uses. So within those contexts, we're just saying we want the proposed land uses to be clustered so that the open spaces are as contiguous as possible, even the private open spaces. And this is why, because we're working through this and it's complicated, this is why we're going to have staff come back with drafted conditions. And so that will come back to us. Is there general consensus on that point? Okay, great. And so the next one listed here is the applicant shall be provided an additional 43,560 FAR of 0.27. 11,761 square feet of building space development for every additional acre of open space dedicated to the city above the required 83.7 acres in locations and amounts approved by the city, up to a total public open space dedication of 100 acres. Comments on this one? Councilmember Dickinson?
I appreciate the intent, Councilmember Lipton, to, again, increase open space by increasing density. I don't find this to be necessary. I would strike this and leave what we have well enough alone. But if you want to speak to it more, I might reconsider.
Let's go to Councilmember Lipton so he has a chance to speak to what he was intending there, and then we'll go back through the queue in the order. And actually, I see our planning director has his hand raised, so I just want to give him a chance in case he wants to give us some guidance.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Sorry to go back to number 4, but I don't feel like staff has sufficient direction to draft on that one. I have a couple questions. I don't know if you want me to do that now or let you keep going through.
Please bring it up now.
Okay. So I think you're suggesting a condition of 93.7 acres. I did not understand where that additional 10 acres would be. Is there a specificity that you're intending on that? And I may have missed that.
Councilmember Dickinson.
I suggested 93, not 93.7. And then secondly, that it would certainly be contiguous with the existing open space.
So typically on the plan, there's a lot of thought about where the open spaces are, where the most value, we've had a lot of discussion about where the most valuable land is. Do you want, I'm not sure how you want staff to work through that, because the plan has specificity in it. I'm not sure if this additional 10 acres is to be worked out later, or if you want us to try to bring back a more specific location for that. And then I would say on the clustering, there's a lot of intentionality in the plan with there's a whole clustering plan within this that's part of the PCZD zoning agreement that includes this concept of private open space. So I'm not quite sure how to further draft that, just based on generally wanting more clustering and wanting more open space. I don't know if the intent is to have more private common open space, as far as that proposal goes. So I just feel like it would be a little bit difficult drafting as it's being contemplated at this point because of those reasons.
Thanks, Planning Director Zaccaro. And so on the first question, I would propose that the additional area is first sought in parcel C3, and then second, if there's additional land to get to the 93 acres, sought to the west of parcel C3 to preserve the area around the pond and to preserve the view shed to the west of the pond when you're at that open space. I don't know if there's general consensus of the group that that's where that additional land would be located. Looks good. And then I'll ask Planning Director Zaccaro if that meets your needs on that particular part of the discussion, and then we'll go to the next one.
Yeah, I think the more specificity, the better. So I think we could do our best to work on that and bring that back. Assuming we're going to come back with new language. So that's helpful. Thank you.
And then the second question was around the second condition, which was this general idea for clustering. The only way, Director Zaccaro, I can make it more specific is that the intent is to provide clustering so that the effect is that the private open space and the development is clustered together in the area north of Disk Drive. The group didn't feel comfortable adding in the language about Disk Drive just because of your question around feasibility. And so that's where I think through the PUD process, I think we were hoping to understand, how much clustering can be accomplished to push it down in that direction to accomplish that goal from the general development plan.
Okay, so on the plan itself, it has areas of private common open space already shown.
Right.
So I guess my question is the intent a different location or larger areas, or what the intent is? I think I understand the continuity with the existing open space. I understand that concept, but if it's what the intent is because of how does that build upon the existing specificity in the plan?
Thanks, Director Zaccaro. So, and I'll have to look to the rest of the group to ensure that, everybody's in agreement, but if the existing private open space in the hatched area in the general development plan isn't sufficient clustering to accomplish the goal of having the area north of Disc Drive remain undeveloped land. And so the idea would be to promote additional clustering to push the development down south on parcels A and B, so that the area in those parcels would be open and undeveloped, but it would allow for that floor area and those square footages to move south on the property to the other ones.
So, and I apologize if I'm not getting it, but south of Disc. So the consensus of council is that all the development would be clustered south of Disc in exchange for potential private common open space north of Disc.
Councilmember Dickinson, do you want to give a stab at saying what we were trying to say?
I raised my hand for some reason, even though you already called on me. Yeah, so I think we are looking for intent for them to do their best to stay south of Disc Drive, but understand from the comments from the developer that if we want to keep industrial, if we want to keep some one-story buildings, they may not be able to accomplish it exactly below Disc Drive, but what we're hoping is that as they look at this again, and as we're going through it, that they do their best, that their intention is to do their best to preserve as much as possible north of Disc Drive, understanding that there might be some inability to do that based on our own desire to have mixed use and to have some industrial and office and commercial, again, to some other comments around the benefits of those different things. We don't want unintentional consequences of getting an office park with it's just offices because of the line we drew. And we want the flexibility to say, okay, but we want it very clear to them that our intention is for them to maximize the clustering of undeveloped space to the north.
So I think there's, if I may, I think there's, there's direction you can give to the applicant and see if they want to revise their proposal. I think what you're suggesting would maybe be a note on the general development plan that further expresses intention to be determined at PUD. So just to be clear, I think what you might see back on this is a note that expresses intention, and we'll try to put, because again, this is a regulatory document that we try to implement at the time of PUD. So we try to be as specific as possible, but we can try to put a note. So I just want to make sure everybody's comfortable with maybe us just trying to draft a note on the plan is how I would envision it.
Are folks comfortable with that? My only comment on that, Director Zaccaro, is just in doing that, I just feel like we need to address the general note number, actually it's development program number 2 on the GDP. I mean, if we are leaving this to the PUD process to determine if there's satisfactory clustering to address the common open space, then I think we need to remove the language on the GDP that says any PUD approval shall include, like it basically, there's that height note number 2 on the GDP that's there now that basically says the council won't require additional private open space or won't require additional open space. I think we need to remove that note in order to have a full discussion at the time of PUD. It looks like there's council members with their hands up. So Mayor Pro Tem Maloney.
Thank you. So I was going to comment on item number 5. So great. If we can go back there. I appreciate what Councilor Lipton did here. I mean, it's I guess it's a methodology of doing a density bonus to garner more open space. The general consensus was in item number 4, we changed that to 93. And then we had 4B, or whatever you're calling it, for encouraging the development to the south. So I guess I don't see the need for item number 5 anymore, because I think those two things are accomplishing what we were trying to do with open space. So that's my opinion. Thank you.
Sorry, I was muted. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Maloney. Councilmember Lipton.
Yeah, I guess this falls into the category no good deed goes unpunished. And I'm not sure how we got to the 93. And maybe Councilmember Dickinson can tell me, how did we get to 93? Was that just a number, or did you derive it somehow?
I derived it mathematically as we were so close to 30% that maybe that was enough to help us get through that by getting to that round number. I'm a huge base 10 fan.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of stuck on the 83.7. I think if we want to go higher, up to 100 acres, we should work with the applicant and have an incentive for them to dedicate more dedicated open space, but we should be able to move or actually give them some formularized approach to increasing the density in order to accomplish that, and not just extract it from the applicant. And like I said, I reject the 30% formula notion anyway, because it really doesn't apply to us in this conversation. We're supposed to be using our own municipal code.
And for clarification, I am not trying to get to Biden's 30%. I stated that I think we're already way past that with undeveloped land. It felt like, so I apologize if my, apologize to all of the council members if my number is too vague and doesn't have good meat behind it. I think it is an intention to get a little bit more without it feeling unnecessary. And you know, if you don't agree with that, if you feel like in order to get that additional 9.3 acres to get to 93 requires a trade-off, then certainly we can revisit that. And I apologize if my 93 is a little too vague for everybody.
I would just encourage us. Time out. Time out. Councilmember Lipton, please, just 1 second, and I'll go back to you. You'll be the very next commenter. But I would just encourage us to go forward once there's general consensus on a topic. Otherwise, council members, these things are all interrelated, and then we'll be going back and rehashing the 2.5 million and other things that have been basically settled as conditions, and we'll be here all night. So I would encourage us to continue through the conditions and not rehash ones that have been settled. Councilmember Lipton.
Yeah, so my concern is the number 93 is fairly arbitrary. I'm not sure it's defensible if we had to defend it. So somebody would say, well, why did you pick 93? Well, I don't know. It's close to 30. Why'd you pick 30? Well, it sounds better than 22 and whatever. I mean, what I'm proposing in 5 is really a way to get there, but also, again, provides for more sustainable development. You know, we could get up to 100 acres of publicly dedicated open space if we work with the applicant to do that. It's just a matter of giving them something in return, which actually works in our favor and our benefit. So I'm not going to fall on the sword over this, but I just would rather have something that was more formularized to get to whatever the community goal is, instead of just picking a number out of the air and saying that's what we're going to do and we want it for free.
So just to clarify for the record, the types of things that I listed are all from the city code for requiring the amount of open space that we had, including the type and character of development and the proposed land uses and the impacts that those things will have on our community. I heard Councilmember Lay list the impacts from transportation and other office impacts. And additionally, I've previously listed and still will contend for the 5 factors in consideration for additional open space, that there's an overall need for open space and recreational facilities associated with the park, that the type and density of development and employment lends itself to the need for these types of recreational facilities, especially considering that the annexation agreement required a recreation facility that has subsequently been torn down. The socioeconomic conditions of the anticipated socioeconomic conditions of the community would suggest that we'll need additional space like this for our community, particularly given the realities that the community members have written in about climate change, air quality. We need these types of opportunities for our office park to be viable. And the topography, drainage, vegetation, and other physical conditions, particularly the view corridor, are all necessary for the open space in these locations. And the areas that I suggested that we focus on adding additional open space are critical riparian habitat around a pond. It's critical for drainage. It's critical for wildlife. And if we expand past that, I requested that we add additional space to the west for view corridors. So I just want the record to reflect that I was not trying to be arbitrary and that I was using the criteria in the city code. And I actually think we can justify additional open space beyond the number, but in the spirit of compromise, I didn't push the number higher.
Hey, Mayor, nobody was accusing you of being arbitrary.
Thanks,
I appreciate your clarifications, but I don't think that's what the conversation, it wasn't about anybody in particular being arbitrary.
Thanks, Councilmember Lipton. Sometimes there's this training I took once that it's not about you. So I do think sometimes we personalize comments when we hear them and it's not about you. So there you go. Thank you for that, Councilmember Lipton. And so the one we're on, I think most people have suggested striking number 5 now that we've made the other changes we have. Is there general consensus for that? Okay. Councilmember Brown, did you need to say anything about that, or can we move on to the next one? Okay. I was going to take a break at 10. It's every 2 hours, and you took your 8 o'clock break half an hour early. If folks want to take a break now, that's fine. We can take a 10-minute break. We'll be back in 10 minutes.
You could do in 5.
We'll take a 10-minute break. It's 9:37. We'll be back in 10.
Thank you, Mayor.
right, thanks everybody. So we are back. And I just process-wise want to check in with everybody. It's 9:48. I think it would be really nice if we could get through all the conditions tonight. So I would like to go past 10 and hope that y'all can accommodate that this evening. I'm seeing some thumbs up and head nods, so good. And so we will press on. And so we are now on number 6. All buildings shall be heated, cooled, and provided by hot water electric power, and that the use of natural gas will be limited to providing backup emergency electrical generation power, and only for the process uses where best available technology cannot rely on electric power if electric power is deemed infeasible. How do folks feel about this condition? In my opinion, it's a step backward from what the applicant themselves proposed. So I would rather go with the applicant's proposed language than this. Councilmember Dickinson?
I agree with that statement. I think you're taking out the generation power, right, Mayor?
Yeah, striking that line.
Yeah, I agree with your comments.
Councilmember Brown?
Yeah, I agree. I believe that we should go with the applicant's proposal on this.
Mayor Pro Tem Maloney?
You'll have to refresh my memory. What did the applicant say about emergency backup?
It just wasn't included in their language. They just proposed using electric heating and cooling and electric for hot water.
So I guess this statement to me is just a recognition that that is a common method for backup emergency generation.
Yeah. Okay. Yep.
So what are the alternatives?
Battery storage. I mean, the applicant didn't ask for this, so that's why I was just proposing we go with the applicant's language.
Maybe we need clarification.
Mayor Pro Tem Maloney, who would you like to ask for some clarification?
The applicant.
Great. Mr. Bacall?
Thank you, Mayor. We did not explicitly state backup generators, and I'm not fully the expert on backup generators, but it is important, very, very important for companies to have redundancy. And so is that via natural gas? Is that via, other fuel types? I don't know, but the redundancy was brought up in previous conversations, and it is something that we would like to include in the ability. We just don't want to limit the tenant pool by not having their ability to have redundant power, which is incredibly important, especially in this corridor with the type of manufacturing and R&D that we expect in the park.
Mayor Pro Tem Maloney?
Right. I mean, the other solution is to use diesel. So, we're getting down to the point where, there's not a lot of alternatives. And, some of these facilities, and for example, I'm well aware of computing facilities where we had 1 megawatt of power coming for Excel, and we really couldn't have battery backup to run that for any length of time. So there had to be either a diesel or natural gas solution because there's not a lot of alternatives on the market. So but I like this language in there. Thank you.
Councilmember Lipton?
Yeah, well, I kind of like the language too, in part because I wrote it, and the kind of businesses we're trying to lure to Louisville are going to be very electrical intensive, and not to be able to have a practical backup capability in these buildings that could sustain a building for several days at a time, if necessary, is going to be a major problem, and it will impact the site selection decisions that these businesses will make. And as Pro Tem Maloney said, the only other practical solution is diesel generators. And that is much more polluting and problematic than just having natural gas backup generation. So, I mean, it's a problem that has to be solved. You have to have a practical solution. It's not going to get used frequently, but when you have a situation where you have a grid failure or you have a major feed failure and you have to keep research or buildings or servers alive for several days, you're not going to do it with batteries, at least with today's technology. So that's why I put it in.
Councilmember Fahey.
Thank you. Yes, I'm going to have to go with Councillor Lipton on this one, just because I think because of the types of businesses that are going to be coming into this isn't going to be residential, you know, as Kestrel was, or I think they're going to need that option, at least for the short term. Long term, they will probably come up with some kind of electrical backup, battery storage, something, especially if they're generating their own electricity on site. But then that could also be the cause of their power going down. So I would be okay with allowing some gas going to the property.
Councilmember Brown.
I'm sorry, I don't understand why we're giving the developer something that they didn't ask for. I'm not sure who we work for here. They didn't ask for anything. There's nobody on this council that talks about sustainability more than many of you, and yet we seem to be losing our minds when it comes to sustainability here. I'm getting increasingly frustrated with this conversation because in several cases, Councilmember Lipton's amendment actually goes backwards based on what the developer wanted. The LEED certification was one example. This is another example. I cannot support this.
Thanks, Councilmember Brown. So I just will chime in with my feelings on this one. So I stated early on, and I'll restate again, that I feel very strongly that this development has to have no natural gas to the development to be consistent with the type and character of development that we want on this rural site. If what I'm hearing from the applicant is that industrial uses cannot allow that to happen, then I would suggest we need to change the use table to remove industrial uses. Their heavy industrial use is not allowed now on the site. And if making that addition is the difference between allowing natural gas and not allowing natural gas to the site, then we need to do it. This is, you know, people talk about a climate crisis or a climate emergency, as we heard from many constituents writing in. If it's a crisis or an emergency, people should be acting like it. Many of you, maybe all of you, let me look at my council members. Yes, all of you have children. and like, it's just so important for their future, for the future of our community, for the future of this development. When we talk about like the criteria that says the anticipated socioeconomic conditions, like that condition on is so important to think about the impacts of climate change, and to allow in 2021 a development to have a greenfield development to have natural gas go to it. And people say it's an infill. Things were demolished. It's not like a brownfield. It's not like an infill. I can't understand why we wouldn't require no natural gas to the site. I just can't really wrap my head around it either. And so if what's driving this need for natural gas to go to the site is these heavy industrial uses, then I suggest that we remove it from the use table. Mayor Pro Tem Maloney.
Mayor, the applicant has their hand up. I will yield to the applicant and then I'll make my comments.
Okay, I mean, that's fine if you would like to, but we are past the general presentation point. So if people have specific questions, I've been deferring to them, but the public can't weigh in again either.
Oh, so okay. Well, let me just make my comment. So I'm not talking about an industrial use. The uses that I was talking about, and what I'm very familiar with is, having been the CIO at the University of Colorado, we're talking about heavy computer use and things like that. A lot of the research and a lot of the kind of research companies, biomedical companies, so forth, that we would like to attract are going to insist on having backup power. And I'm sorry if some of us feel like we're going backwards, but what we're trying to do is make sure, that, what we have here is a location that's going to attract the type of employers, the type of industries that are important. So I'm not talking about industrial, I'm talking about research, for example, that relies upon having backup power. So.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Maloney. Councilmember Dickinson?
Yeah, I guess I don't know as much about backup power generation as some of you, but if the intention is environmental protection, are we going to allow diesel backup generators? Are we deciding between battery backup versus diesel backup versus natural gas backup? I love the idea of all electric power, right? That's what we're going for here, and I think that's fantastic. And so, if by definition they need backup alternatives, what are the options, and which of these options are the most environmentally friendly? And again, the idea being they're not used regularly; they're used as backup. So we're providing all the power to all the buildings and all of this development electric only, with solar power and with other things that are next topic. But if we're providing natural gas in the case of an emergency to keep, say, cancer-fighting drugs from deteriorating, what's the solution? What's the way forward? Like if we're going to allow diesel generators, then maybe we kind of missed the point. But I agree with, well, oddly enough, I think I agree with everyone in what the intent is we're trying to. I have no desire to have natural gas go to any of these locations, right? That I have zero desire for them to use any natural gas. So what is the solution for, backup power?
And just checking in, are people's hands residual hands? I just want to make sure. And just to clarify for the process, like the applicant will have, since we've introduced a lot of new evidence, the applicant will have a time for closing statements at the end. And so we'll get to that. Councilmember Lay.
This one is sort of high risk, high reward. I probably don't have quite the absolute aversion to any use of natural gas whatsoever on this entire property that it appears that a number of people do. I wonder if there's language that could be crafted to make the use of any natural gas to be as small as or as limited as possible. I mean, we've got backup emergency generation, and then I think the other one is for process uses when the best available technology can't rely on electrical power. And as I understand, let me make sure I've clarified, is what is being proposed that all of that goes by the by and we effectively end after electric power? Is that what the consensus is for that particular condition? All buildings should be heated, cooled, provided by hot water, by electric power, and then there's no use whatsoever for any purpose of natural gas on site? Is that what's being proposed as an alternative to Councilmember Dickens or Councilmember Lipton's proposal?
I think there are a few different things floating around, Councilmember Lay. So I would suggest, you just speak to which thing you'll go for, and I'll try to get to 4 votes on any of them, because right now there's not 4 votes for anything.
Yeah, I'm just noodling. I guess the concept that I'm trying to articulate, I am uncomfortable with, mostly because I don't know the implications of saying no natural gas under any circumstances at all on that site. I don't know what the implications are going to be in the future. I think we could, I guess I'm thinking there is a way to draft into language here a minimization of the use where every other kind of fuel source or energy source is exhausted before that's done or before that's used. But I'm uncomfortable with categorical limitations just because it's hard to know right now what that's going to do to the site. Is it going to, I understand what you're saying, Mayor, I think, which is if that prevents somebody from coming to this site, then so be it. That's what I understand you to be saying. I'm not sure I think that's a reasonable, I'm just not sure that's reasonable from my perspective. So I think we could build in language that was absolutely as limiting as we could. So it's everything else is exhausted before somebody gets to use natural gas. But I think prohibiting it entirely, I'm not comfortable with that.
So Councilmember Lay, you're supporting Councilmember Lipton's proposal.
Not entirely. Hold on for a second. I'm sorry.
I wasn't trying to mischaracterize what you said. I was trying to.
No, what I'm trying to do, and I'm sorry, it's just, it's after 10. I never do my best work after 10 on this. I think we could probably limit it more. Let me try to do that while we're waiting, but don't wait.
Thank you, Councilmember Lay. Councilmember Brown?
Thank you, Mayor. I think I would just remind the council that the build out on this site is 20 years. If 10 years ago you had told me that what seems like the majority of cars in Louisville would be electric, that's not strictly true, right? But the number of people in Louisville that have electric cars would be what it is, I would have told you were crazy, right? So the idea that we couldn't come up with some possible way of finding backup power or some other solution for people over the next 20 years that replaces natural gas is just thinking that the current conditions apply 20 years in the future. And that's ridiculous, right? So I think it's our job as council to push the industry and to say that, we're gonna find a solution for this, and it's becoming best practice, right? I find this really hard to believe that we're actually considering a condition that the applicant didn't even ask for.
Councilmember Lipton?
Well, I mean, if you've got a solution, propose it. But I don't think there is a solution. And I think back 20 years ago, what was that? 2001 roughly? Yeah, we've made changes, but these changes have gone very slowly, and they weren't great leaps. And the fact is that at this point there aren't any good solutions other than what's presenting themselves to us now. I mean, maybe somebody will put a little packaged nuclear plant in it, and then you won't have to worry about having natural gas. Maybe that's the future solution. Who knows? But for right now, I mean, if buildings are going to develop, we're going to bring in the kind of firms that we intend and want to bring in as a community. I mean, I'm not sure how you work around this. But I also will ask the mayor, since you said before that the applicant can't make a presentation right now, but we can ask the applicant specific questions, and I'd like to ask the applicant a specific question related to this.
Great.
So I would like to ask the applicant if it's feasible to do this type of development without having natural gas as a source, the last source of power available after we do heating and cooling with electrical, and whether a natural gas will be necessary for backup power or if there are other solutions.
Mr. Bacall?
Yeah, thank you. And Director Zaccaro presented previously a series of municipal initiatives supporting that electrification is on the horizon, and cities are planning the transition very thoughtfully. And this includes in our own state capital. And what we've got on the table for electrification and what we've adjusted in our last round is a huge step forward for electrification for Louisville. And this puts Red Tail Ridge at the absolute leading edge for electrification of this product type. Right now, at this stage, omitting electrification of processes is that part is really the balance required to make this project feasible right now. I agree in the future, maybe that changes, but right now that it makes it infeasible, and that's part of the challenge. And just for a quick clarification, the reason that we didn't have the redundancy part in our request was we felt it was inherent in the process omission for the natural gas, and so that's the reason it wasn't in, and that's why I was raising my hand previously.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Maloney and then Councilmember Dickinson.
I feel like we're beating this one to death. I think that we all agree that our direction is electrification. I think that's something that we all share, that we all value that. And I think what Councilor Lipton put together here was something saying, based upon today's technology, these are some limited uses. And I agree with Councilor Brown, 20 years from now, absolutely. 20 years from now, it'll all be different. But if we don't allow natural gas, we're going to have SMRs and we're going to have diesel. I mean, that's what we're going to have is backup power. Is that what we want? Are we going to be looking at all the different sources? Do we really want nuclear reactors for every building or every tenant in every building? Do we want diesel generators for every tenant or every building? I don't think so, because those are actually, they're worse for the environment. But if we can craft something that supports the direction we all support with something that helps us with the technology you have today, that pushes us towards the technologies in the future, that's good. And that's something I can support. Does that mean we reword what Councilor Lipton wrote? Possibly. But I do like the intent of what we have here. Thank you.
All right, I'm just trying to get to a fourth person who supports Councilmember Lipton's or a fourth person who supports Councilmember Brown's. Councilmember Dickinson.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I think to all of us and Councilmember Brown, I think that we support your passion. Sorry, I truly try to speak for myself. I support your passion more than maybe you understand. I absolutely think that we want to be all electric here. I think again, I would assume that this will be the first GDP ever in the city of Louisville to state that all buildings should be heated, cooled, and provided hot water by electric power only. I think that's really cool, and I don't want to lose the forest through the trees that this is a first for our city to electrify a development. And if we're bringing some natural gas as redundancy that should not be used except for an emergency or for process, which, again, this is a rhetorical question, but does Umoja need natural gas? I don't know. But my concern is their answer might be yes. And then we wouldn't be able to have Umoja in the RTR if that were the case. Their answer might be no. And then we could have Umoja. I don't know the answer to that question, but the fact that I don't know the answer concerns me that were we to not have any gas available at any point for any building, it might have unintended consequences that none of us actually want today. But I think all of us want an electrification of this development, and I'm super excited about that forest. And Kyle, Kyle, I assume that you're also very excited about the electrification of this development. And I get that you want to go one step further and not have any gas. And I super appreciate that and respect that. And I hope that we're still on the same page of how exciting it is to have it electrified as its normal source of power. So I support number 6 as it's written. I really encourage any sort of extra language to say anything that our city can do as they bring this back to really minimize the ability to use this. And I like the language of, best available technology, all these different things that you should be using electrical. Do not bring gas unless basically council approves it. Like, you can't use gas for purposes unless it's been approved. So something like that to strengthen it so that we're really getting that intention out there that no, this is for emergencies or things that we actually support. Like, that we do, we are willing to have that. Again, anyways, hospital use, medical use, but yeah, I guess that's it for me. Thanks.
Thanks. So there are 4 folks that support that one. So I would encourage us to move to the next one if folks can handle that. We have a lot to get through still. Councilmember Lay.
Yeah, I was just going to say we have 2. It's just to put a cap on this. Could we not include very similar? There's 2 pieces of this of 6. All buildings should be heated, cooled, provided hot water by electric power, and that 1, the use of natural gas be limited to providing backup emergency electrical power, and 2, only for processes where the best available technology can't rely on electrical power. Why couldn't you have a similar limitation? And maybe this is what Councilmember Dickinson was trying to get at, but you could have a similar qualification to that first one where literally there could be no use of natural gas, even for emergency electrical generation power, if there was any feasible, practical alternative. I mean, that's a way to limit it even further. But that's, that would be my suggestion on that.
Do folks want to entertain adding that in? I think it opens up a whole new debate. There are obviously other alternatives that are available. All right, so there's no interest and there are 4 votes to accept that one. So we'll move to the next one, which is number 7. The applicant will be required to raise the commitment for solar to 3 megawatts. This was a condition the applicant proposed adding. So can we all support it? Increasing in the sustainability plan to 3 megawatts. Great, that one's included. The next one's number 8. The first half of it is already included in the sustainability plan. The applicant shall make all parking lots and structured parking EV ready to provide level 2 charging stations for 3% of all parking spaces. That's already listed as a commitment in the sustainability plan. So I don't think we need that half of it. The second half of it is the applicant shall also provide level 3 fast charging stations in sufficient quantities necessary to meet occupant demands. I don't believe that's already included in the sustainability plan. So discussion on that part of it. Everyone's okay? Great, there's general consensus on that. The next one listed, the applicant shall be permitted to increase its approved building space in each parcel by up to 10% as a density bonus if requested by the applicant, and if the city determines that the proposed development in the respective parcel qualifies as a fully net zero facility without the use of purchased renewable energy credits, RECs, and if the additional density does not present other material consequential impacts that cannot be accommodated and or mitigated in the development plan. Councilmember Lipton.
Yeah, so obviously this was not proposed by the applicant, but it comes in the spirit of trying to provide some incentives for the applicant and the future developers of the property to get to a net zero development. And my thinking was that, providing a density bonus to get to that goal, which we all have said is very important to the community, would be a reasonable approach, since obviously a net zero building will be much more expensive to develop, and to provide a little bit more density to accomplish that, I thought was a laudable goal that we should embrace. So I threw that one in. I'm hoping there's some support, but I'll leave it up to you.
Councilmember Lipton, can you define for the group what you mean by net zero?
Well, I didn't have a good definition for that. So that would be as determined by the city, over time. And I looked for definitions. There are a variety of definitions, but we could define that tonight if that would be helpful to get this through.
I just can't, that's the sticking point for me, is I don't have enough information to know what you mean by net zero to be able to intelligently debate whether I support this or not.
Okay, so that's a very good comment, because we keep throwing the term around as we have looked at this development, and we've talked about our own sustainability action plan and other conversations we've had for council. And I wonder what that really means. Do we really have a definition as a city to what net zero is, or is there a working definition outside of the city that we could embrace and use? We seem to like using the term frequently.
So are folks supportive of including this condition, not supportive of including this condition? Other thoughts? Mayor Pro Tem Maloney. You're muted.
I think that's the first time tonight, but hey, I'll probably do it again. I guess I would like to propose a definition of net zero. And this isn't perfect, but maybe it's for discussion purposes. I like the concept. And the way I view the concept as it's written is if a building somehow generates enough power, solar on the roof, whatever it might be, that it generates enough power that it's at a net zero for the amount it uses, generates more or the amount it uses, then we would provide a density bonus for that facility. Now that would be projecting what they're going to be doing. But like at my house, I generate more electricity than I use. So I consider that to be a net zero on electricity. So I'm just throwing that idea out there for discussion, because I like the concept of giving incentives to try to be as sustainable as possible. And that's the way I view it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks for trying to throw something out there, Mayor Pro Tem Maloney. I'll just reflect on that. I mean, part of the issue is exactly what you described, like without knowing, if you build a core shell without a tenant, you have little idea how much energy is going to be used. So, they'll say, oh, it's going to use 1 megawatt, and then put that much solar on. And then the tenant comes in and it's a biopharma company and it uses 5 megawatts. And so then you didn't accomplish what you just set out to accomplish. And then you've given a density bonus. So you have additional carbon emissions from the site without offsetting it. So I think it's problematic. Without further definition, I think we're running into the problem that we often do when we try to craft things from the dais. Councilmember Dickinson.
Thanks, Mayor. I was mostly going to ask you to if you were going at this yourself, if this was your bullet point, what would be your definition of net zero? So I think you sort of answered that question in your comments. So if there's not, I think that's, you nailed it on the head that, how do we give a bonus for something before it's proven to be able to happen? And so I think it's a really good intention. I love the idea of getting these facilities to net zero, but allowing for construction bonuses in order to accomplish something might not be the right way to do it. So maybe there's, in a different part of the process, there's incentives for companies that prove themselves to be net zero or something like that, that if you become net zero, then you get some other incentive that isn't obviously a density bonus. But I'm fine striking this if this is not productive for this conversation.
Councilmember Lipton? You're on mute.
All right, it's my first time tonight too. This has actually been a very interesting and intriguing conversation, and I wish we had this kind of conversation before. But I would point out the way I drafted this, it puts the city in control. It makes the definition. The definition can evolve over time. There's no entitlement in this. It's really whatever we want to decide what the definition of net zero is. So, it doesn't bind us to anything in particular other than the concept that we could, provide a density bonus. And I mean, I'm suggesting perhaps we don't shut the door to this, but, and I'm also suggesting we don't necessarily have to have the definition tonight because that's something the city council can define later on, not just for this development, but for other developments and in the future at other parcels and perhaps as part of your, future, energy codes and all of that. I just thought it would be nice to have it in this GDP so that it is available, depending on, the interest of the developer and the interest of city council having a definition that might apply.
Thanks, Councilmember Lipton. Is there general support? All right, it looks like there are 4 that generally support leaving this in. So that takes us to other folks with conditions. I have a few conditions I'd like to propose. I think that takes us through Councilmember Lipton's. The first one, there was a resident email that came in that talked about construction and the impacts to the surrounding area. So I would like to ask that we add a note on the GDP or a condition in some way that staff can bring back to us that requires construction to be mitigated by entering and exiting only from the Northwest Parkway side of the property for construction activities on the site. Folks generally supportive.
Could
Councilmember Lipton?
we ask staff or the applicant if there's any major issue with that? I mean, I generally support it. If it's practical, I just don't know.
You are welcome to. Who would you like to ask?
I would like to ask Director Zuccaro first.
Director Zuccaro?
So I would say it would be really difficult to enforce. I would just say that, but we could certainly set a note on there. I guess this would prohibit them from coming through the Campus Drive section altogether is the intent. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay. I think there's, enforcement is challenging, but I would defer to the applicant as far as feasibility for bringing in construction traffic.
Mr. Bacall or Mr. Hardy?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We don't see an issue with that in terms of coming in from the Northwest Parkway. It'll be a timing issue in terms of when we actually get access off of campus or off of the former Tape Drive, but I think that is a requirement that we can put in our general contractor's contract and should not be an issue.
Thank you, Mr. Hardy. So is there generally support from council members? All right, thank you. The next one is on the building height note. in the general development plan. It's note number 2 if you open up your general development plan. And it talks about building heights will range between 1 and 3 stories up to a maximum of 55 feet in height, including mechanical screening, except in parcels A and C3, where building heights up to 5 stories may be considered through PUD waiver process pursuant to section 17.28.110 of the Louisville Municipal Code and the guidelines set forth in the city's 2013 comprehensive plan policy for rural districts, including a requirement for clustering of buildings. And so I'd like to keep all of that part and then delete all of the second part of the condition. And the second part that I'd like to propose deleting is any such PUD approval shall be in compliance with the amended and reinstated Planned Community Zone District zoning amendment, including the requirement for clustering and provision of common open space for the areas noted in this GDP. So I would like to delete that second part of the sentence, and you'll find it on the GDP itself in bullet number 2. It's also in the original staff report called out as the building height section. And the reason I'm proposing deleting that is around our whole discussion that we've already had about clustering in common open space. So I think we need to see the actual PUD application to be able to make that judgment. And we can't prejudge that in the general development plan without further information on how the clustering will be accomplished. Mayor Pro Tem Maloney?
Could we get a minute to find it?
Sure.
May I ask my question?
Mayor Pro Tem Maloney?
While everybody's looking, so if I understand your direction, Mayor, it's really pushing it to the PUD, right? I mean, we're not defining it as a note on the GDP, but we're pushing it as a PUD decision.
Well, so I'm leaving the note that describes where they want to have their different heights. I'm not suggesting we modify where they have their different heights. It's just the second part of the note says that the common opens, it says that it's compliant in the PUD process. Like it's basically prejudging that section. At least that's what I understand the second sentence to be saying. So I'm just saying we don't have enough information to do that second part yet.
Right. Okay. I guess that's what I think I was trying to ask. So really the decision part, we're not prejudging the decision part from GDP to PUD, but we're leaving it at the PUD. That's what you're saying.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Director Zucchero?
I'm sorry. I will support that.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor. Sorry. Let me my computer work here. So I have a clarification question, if I may. So I think the previous condition about adding a note that would have an intent that there would to push development to the south in exchange for more open space on the north. My understanding is that there would be an intent that council could allow taller development to the south generally in order to achieve more open space on the north. Now, I think the note, this general development program note number 2, very specifically limits taller buildings within parcel A and parcel C3, which may be inconsistent with the other note that you want to add that could allow more development height further south, probably out of parcel C3 and A potentially in order to maintain the proposed density. So is there any clarification on that?
Well, so Director Zucchero, we just, so are you suggesting we strike the entire thing given our previous conversation? That these two things are now inconsistent with each other? I was just trying to not to take away. I just wanted to make it clear that we need to have this discussion at the PUD, that this is not pre-approved in the GDP. That's why I was doing what I was doing.
So I think if all discussions about height would take place at the PUD and not have any assumptions on the GDP where height would or wouldn't be appropriate, perhaps you would strike the reference to parcels A and C3 and maybe just amend the note generally. Maybe just delete this note and replace it with whatever note gets drafted for number 4 of Councilmember Lipton's conditions.
4B.
4B.
Is that, I mean, that works for me. I don't know how the rest of the group feels. And so folks want to weigh in on that. Councilmember Lipton, it looks like you still can't find it. So I'm happy on the GDP plan. It's on page 2.
That's okay. My computer crashed, so
Would you like me to share my screen to show the note?
That'd be great. Thank you, Director Zakara. That'd be great. And while you're pulling that up, next in the queue is Councilmember Dickinson.
Yeah, I'm seeing the document, but yeah, I mean, I think I'm agreeing with you, Mayor. I think that, you know, we want these decisions to be made at the PUD level, and I'm understanding Planner Zakaro's issue that we might prefer to have a little more height out of A if the whole point is that we've moved some buildings out of A. And I know that my understanding is that the heights in certain areas were intentional because of the topography and view sheds and things like that. So, you know, I think we'll be evaluating all of that if and when a building actually comes to us that it is doing what we need it to do. But so I'm fine with striking that statement right now and saying that these are decisions we'll make at the PUD level. And so if other people have comments, I'm fine with that.
And we'll go to Mayor Pro Tem Maloney next, but I just want to make sure that all of us are here for the hearing. And I don't know if we lost Councilmember Lipton. So we may, oh, there he is. Oh, now he's gone again.
I'm trying to correct a hardware issue.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to make sure we didn't lose you. So we've still got you here in the hearing. Mayor Pro Tem Maloney.
I support this. I mean, this goes back to Mayor, your and my interchange earlier about, you know, trying to move things farther south to provide more, whatever we want to call open space north. I support this because I think that it may or may not require taller buildings, and that decision can be deferred to the PUD. So I'm going to support this.
Thank you. And so there's general support from folks to include this. Great. So we'll exclude that note and include the new 4B in the draft. Thanks, folks. And so the next one I have is a condition to be added that offsite traffic improvements and trails will be paid by the developer and that will be included in the subdivision agreement. So the purpose of that is that we heard testimony from our public works director that we have an intentionally constrained transportation network, that it's intentionally done so that we don't have sprawling roads with 6 lanes and things like that. And that our public works director testified that these improvements were not needed, but for this development, there's additional capacity existing on Northwest Parkway, and that this development triggers the need for all of these additional improvements. And so I think we need to include this condition to ensure that these off-site improvements, the turn lanes, the widening of 96, the widening of Dillon, all of them described in the plan need to be paid for at subdivision agreement. Councilmember Lipton?
Yeah, gosh. I'm trying to understand what the financial implication to the project would be for this. So can somebody, I don't know, somebody from staff or perhaps the applicant be able to explain that before we have to vote on it? I want to make sure I understand the implications of what you're asking us to vote on.
Councilmember Lipton, can I just clarify one thing? I don't understand in your question. Are you asking because you're not sure whether or not they should pay for the improvements, or you're not sure on the timing? Because the timing portion of it wasn't something I was overly concerned about. I just was proposing a point in time.
I guess both. Yeah.
Okay. I'll just throw out to the group that I put together a proposal to have something in front of you. The point in time is not that important to me, but the reason I proposed it is because these impacts are caused by the development. So I think it's important that the development pays for the impact. So Director Zakaro, did you want to respond?
Well, can I just, before we turn over to Rob, I mean, I want to make sure that, we understand that it's not just this development that creates the cumulative effect of impacts on a number of these roads. There are also other developments, certainly outside the city of Louisville, that generate background traffic, generate demand, and this becomes an incremental piece of that. But I'm not sure that it's fair to expect this one development to pay for all the regional improvements necessary to some of these roadways that are being caused by others, and particularly development outside of Louisville. So that's my concern with what I heard. I'd certainly like to hear what Rob has to say.
Thanks, Councilmember Lipton. We'll let Rob go, and then I'd just like to respond. Director Zakhara.
Okay, so I don't know that we have the costs. So within the subdivision application that is being reviewed, we have probably our most current cost estimates for all of the public improvements. But I don't know that they are, that we have them segregated out for off-site versus on-site improvements. So I don't know that I can get you a number as far as the actual financial implications. I would defer to the applicant to see if they have an estimate on that this evening. I think, in general, developments are required to pay for their impact, on our systems. And so I don't have a great answer. We were as far as what should or shouldn't be paid by the applicant, other than our intent as we were planning to bring the subdivision forward was that, having an analysis of, is there anything that the city would have in any of our plans? I don't know that there are, or that we were planning on making any capacity improvements. So it's potential. There's potential that staff would have been moving forward with the recommendation for, for a lot, if not all, of the offsite improvements to be paid by the developer, but we just haven't done that full analysis yet. So I think that's what I would say about it at this point. We just haven't done that analysis to have a firm staff opinion. Director Kohr, if he's still on the line, may be able to articulate it a little bit more clearly. He's been more involved, I think, in contemplating the cost share.
Director Kohr?
I don't believe he's with us any longer.
Just double checking the list. Yep, I don't see our Public Works Director in the list. Councilmember Lipton?
Yeah, based on what Rob said, I don't know where else in the process, the development and approval process, including steps later on, where this could be revisited once the information is known. I think what I would like to do is to make sure that we're being consistent with what normal and customary practice is for large developments, both in and outside of our community. And again, I'm certainly agreeing that they should pay for their improvements within the site. There's no question about that. But I think they should probably pay for their proportional share of the off-site impacts. But I'm not sure it's fair, nor is it customary for, a single development to pay for a lot of off-site impacts that are caused by others. And that's what I kind of need to understand before I can get behind this.
Thanks, Councilmember Lipton. So just to respond briefly, and then I'll go to other folks. We did hear testimony on this from both the applicant's transportation expert and our transportation expert, our Public Works Director. And so they didn't agree. And so you really have to weigh the testimony. The packet includes information and a traffic report from the applicant that suggests that the background traffic will require us to expand in short order. And we heard from our staff that we have no intention of doing that. And even in the applicant's material, you can see the queuing with no improvement is nothing like it will be with the development. And so understanding that we don't have any intention of 4-laning these roads and then 6-laning the roads in some places, because we're trying to build a rural character in that area and we don't want to induce demand. Like, we have no intention of expanding these roads. But for this development, like, it is required with this development. This development cannot function without these transportation improvements. And so I think that's why it's important to include it as a condition on the GDP, because if we go forward to a later phase, I think there'll just be a lot of argument and finger pointing about who should pay for what. And then we won't have enough money for these improvements. And then we won't be able to make any of them. And then we'll be in real trouble with getting these transportation improvements done. And you won't be able to get in and out of the site. And the predictions from the queuing will be much, much worse than we pointed out, because you won't have 6-laned it. You won't have 4-laned it because we won't have the money. So it seems that the evidence presented here leads me to conclude that these improvements would not be required but for this development. And so it's important that we include this condition so that we're in a position that we have the transportation system that's needed to access the development. Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it. I agree wholeheartedly with your assessment that were it not for this development, many of the transportation improvements that are recommended would not need to go forward. I would also like to remind Council that many things about this application are already not customary. This Council has required larger percentages of open space and has required things of other applicants of large developments that we have decided are not necessary. This particular, I would also like to remind that this Council approved a Metro District application for this development site so that the developer would not have to pay for many of the infrastructure improvements that other developers in our city have had to pay for. So I think it's important for us to realize that the developer needs to pay for the impact that they have on our city. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Maloney.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a comment and I have a question for you, Mayor. But my comment is I agree that this development should pay for impacts, and I wish that Director Coher is with us, because my recollection of what he said was the improvements needed to be done in various places, and they were pointed out in his discussion. But because of this development, the Red Tail development, they would have to be done sooner. So I think it was somewhat staging there, and so I think that I agree that we need to define what this development should be responsible for, but it needs to be fair and reasonable. And knowing that some of those things were going to happen because of external factors or just our normal growth. So I believe it's a little more gray than it's been laid out. So, and then so that's my comment. My question, Mayor, could you repeat what you're proposing the language to be, please?
Sure. I would like to add a condition that offsite traffic improvements and trails be paid by the developer, and that would be included at the time of subdivision agreement.
So would you consider that, so paid means, the way it's stated, I view that as 100%.
That's exactly what I'm intending. So I disagree with your comment that it was gray. I took notes when Public Works Director Coher was talking, and I disagree. So that's where my assessment's coming from.
We can agree that we disagree, because my notes are different than yours. And I wish he was here to help us with this. This is an important point. I struggle with 100%. I don't struggle with they need to be making a significant contribution to these improvements. Thank you.
Councilmember Dickinson.
Yeah, just a question about, I think this is a good debate, and I would generally agree that I want them to pay for the increased costs that we would otherwise be bearing to make this all work, right? So if they paid nothing and we had to do these improvements so that their development worked, that makes no sense. So I definitely think they should be held financially responsible for those expenses. But in that, one question I have is that at all included in, so we're assuming sort of full build out to get that maximum traffic, and the estimate is that we'd be bringing in $72 million of revenue and spending $30 million in expenses, some of which is general fund and some of which is capital projects fund. And I'm curious if any of those expenses that we're assuming we are is some of that capital projects fund widening roads? So are they paying us $72 million and we're using 10 million of that to do some widening of roads, or is that entirely separate and we are not using their new tax dollars to do this work? So they're paying for their taxes or not? So I could use some clarification on, what that $30 million of expenses are, if not for some road improvements.
Director Zucchero?
And I apologize, Councilor Dickinson. Can you please repeat the question?
Yeah, so I'll try to do it quicker. The financial estimate is that they're going to bring in $72 million in revenue at full build out, and there will be $30 million of expenses, and then so a profit, if you will, a net fiscal impact of $42 million. But in that $30 million, there's $10 million for capital projects fund and $18 million for general fund. Is any of that expense designated for road improvements, or is that for other stuff entirely?
Okay, yeah, thank you for repeating the question. I don't believe any of those expenses in the fiscal analysis are for, would go towards something like an offsite road improvement. That isn't how the fiscal model is set up to contemplate that. We do have an impact fee program. So we do have transportation impact fees for new development. Those are intended to pay for some regional transportation improvements. That is supposed to be kind of that fair share element of the improvement. And typically that's not part of a traffic study. There's just an assumption with our transportation impact fees that there are regional traffic impacts, not on-site impacts that a development should help bear the cost of. In this case, we are looking off-site because as we were starting to analyze this, we knew that there were critical intersections that probably needed to be improved in order to make this development function properly over time and have an adequate level of service. So I went beyond your question, but no, I don't think the fiscal impact model contemplates building these roads within that model.
And is it fair that the transportation impact fee would not be adequate to cover these additional?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. I appreciate those pieces of information. And again, Mayor, I can definitely support them paying their fair share of these improvements, and look forward to maybe more conversation about what fair share is. I could get to 100% if you can convince me. I do hear what other people are saying, that without them, there's eventually this is going to have to happen. But if it's reasonable and customary to have them pay for these improvements beyond the transportation impact fee and beyond our other income, then I'm in support of having them pay for these necessary improvements.
I'm not sure there were 4 votes for my proposal, but it sounds like there may be some interest in someone else proposing a different proposal. I think it was clearly articulated by the Public Works Director that improvements are not planned for these intersections because of the community character and functionality of the streets, and it doesn't warrant increasing capacity in the rural area. He testified that the streets are purposefully not planned to be expanded in this area. And the reason the area works now is because there are not many side accesses and the Northwest Parkway has excess capacity. And so I'm pretty steadfast in requiring that, because I think it's been demonstrated through the testimony in the hearing that these requirements would not be happening but for this development. And there will not be access for this development without these improvements. And so I feel very strongly that the conditions should say the off-site traffic improvements that are shown in the application material should be paid for by the developer, but it sounds like there's not 4 votes for that maybe. So I would propose someone else would put something forward. Councilmember Brown?
I think I support what you're saying. Obviously, in the interest of getting to yes on this particular proposal, I'll propose the language be changed to that the developer will pay the proportionate share of their impact on, making these improvements necessary.
Are folks supportive of that? All right, and I'll just state for the record, I'm not supportive of that because I think what will happen in the negotiation is they'll say, well, we're only responsible for 20,000 trips and there's 40,000 trips, so we're only going to pay for half of it. But that doesn't mean that 100% of the improvement wasn't required because of them. So I just can't, I can't get behind the language as proposed, but I appreciate the effort. So.
Mayor, do you mind?
Councilmember Dickinson.
Yeah, I would hope I hear that concern, and so I'd hope maybe there's, that staff can figure out a way to make that proportionality more about change than total, right? So, so that if the traffic goes from 20, the background traffic goes from 20 to 30, but the whole traffic goes from 20 to 50, they're responsible for 20 of that 30 increase, right? 67%. I think maybe there's a way to say that to have it be better, to have it be more. Anyways, I like what you just said, and maybe there's a way that can come back to us that is a little bit more concrete.
I really do appreciate all the back and forth that everybody's had tonight, and the good spirited and good natured discussion. I think everybody's been really respectful and honest with each other and recognized when there are maybe disagreements or maybe agreements. It's just that on this one, if you're saying, that they're going to pay a bit of it because they're only a bit of it, and the thing wasn't required at all without them, like the marginal cost is all because of this development, even though there is background traffic. And so you would have zero cost without this development and 100% of the cost with this development. So to suggest that the city should pick up the rest of it is essentially saying to the rest of the community that your taxes have to be increased for this development to be approved. And I think if you were to put that to the voters to say, do you want to pay additional taxes so that we can approve this development? They would say no. And so that's why I think that the impact, because the impact is triggered by this development, needs to be paid by the applicant. It just isn't fair otherwise. Councilmember Lipton?
So, I mean, I think we deal with these kind of issues all the time, and it doesn't necessarily mean that Louisville residents would have to pay for all the off-site improvements or whatever residual is left. I mean, this is what we do intergovernmentally. Much of this background traffic, I'm just saying hypothetically, was created by, Broomfield or Data, Westminster, who knows? Particularly it's related to Northwest Parkway. Why would we even contemplate going to our voters or asking, our citizens to pay for all those impacts, nor this developer? I mean, it should be their proportional share, but typically, the local governments would agree intergovernmentally to, or trying to get some CDOT funds or, whoever funding to make these kind of improvements. That's what's normal and customary.
Councilmember Brown?
Yeah, I suggest we move on. I think we've beat this to the dead horse. Councilmember Lipton's view of usual and customary is not the view of some of us on council.
Good. All right, we should move on. There was consensus on that one. Sorry, I stuck on it a bit longer. So just going back between, this was Councilmember Lipton's proposal, this is my proposal. Sorry about the delay. So the next condition would be to move to realign Campus Drive with Paradise Lane to eliminate the queuing issue so that people will have a chance to be able to get in and out of Louisville in the future. I think it's we're creating a traffic problem by having those streets so close together, and you can see it in the application material where the backup in the AM peak on 96th Street backs up 870 feet, which is well within the intersection. So it'll take several cycles for you to get through that light at Campus Drive, which means it'll back up into Dillon Road, which means it'll take several cycles for you to get through Dillon Road. And so you're just creating queuing back into intersections. And the fire station was referenced as like moving their access and things like that. And that was what the applicant's traffic engineer said. was going to fix everything. But the letter from North Metro Fire suggested that they were supportive of this only because they thought it would improve their access. So I didn't see where it said that they were going to move their driveway. I just saw that they thought this would improve things for them. And in my opinion, it will not improve things for them. It will make it very hard for them to get out without a signal. So I just think having Campus Drive align so close to both Northwest Parkway and to Paradise Lane is creating a situation where it's just not a real solution. It's just creating a traffic problem. So I think we need to put in a condition to move Campus Drive so that it aligns with Paradise Lane. Councilmember Dickinson.
2 points. One, I was wondering if part of the increased accessibility from this is that they can easily access Campus Drive westbound, as opposed to what they would do now, which is head up sort of north and then in. So I was curious if the alignment that ends Campus Drive at the fire station is beneficial for their access west. And then I didn't see a version, Mayor, that of the more northern road alignment that didn't destroy Pond F. Do you have a concept? Just trying to help me because with what the path is that doesn't destroy Pond F.
Sure.
Is it called Pond F or the pond in F? But you know what I mean.
The proposal at the route would basically be, and this was in some version of some city plan at some time,
right?
Was that at the roundabout, basically where the school is, that instead of coming straight to the east, you would go north on school property and then line up where the easement already dead ends on Paradise Lane. So you would just go across the school property there. And then for this property, you would basically make a north-south street to go up to that.
Okay, so I think I can picture that, and that's not one of the images that was presented today, obviously. And so the original image, they showed a few. One obviously cut sort of straight east through the pond, and then they had one that, yeah, okay, so yeah, I mean, my I feel like I need more information, or there's conflicting information. I guess my problem, Mayor, is that it seems that what was presented to me is that the consensus of a lot of organizations is that this was the best location. And I definitely hear that you don't agree with that. And I hear your reasons why, and they're convincing as well. So I'm just caught in a place of confusion myself that I want the best. If someone told me what the best layout was, I'm like, great. And I feel like I'm hearing two different things, that the county is saying this is the best route, and you're saying I disagree, this is a better route. And so I don't know how to make that decision between your analysis and other analyses. I am in favor of what you're in favor of, which is having the least traffic impact, the best traffic flow. I'm 100% behind the best traffic flow while protecting those ponds. I think we all are. I mean, raise your hand if you want bad traffic flow and to destroy ponds. So I think we're all on board for the same thing. I just don't know what the right, I don't have an opinion because I don't understand how to parse those out and which one's really the best. And so I apologize for I don't feel like I can have an educated vote on what's the best route.
This one was really hard, since I don't see anyone else's hand up at the time. I'll just say, when I was thinking about this one was really hard for me. This is one of those where it's like, okay, well, I could just ask staff to draft a resolution of denial because they haven't presented a transportation plan that shows that there's adequate access to the site. And so that's probably what I should have proposed, is just a resolution of denial, because it's inadequate and it shows that it backs up traffic and that people can't access the site and that other people in the community can't get in and out of town. But instead of that, I'm trying to propose like an alternative that resolves some of the issues by like making sure the queue length matches up with the space available. And I guess I share your frustration that more alternatives weren't presented and that there wasn't an adequate transportation plan put together to access the facility. So I don't know where to go with it. I'm trying to get to a yes and get to a compromise in the spirit that people have promoted and put forward, but I understand your frustration, and I guess as an alternative, I'd be happy to give staff direction to draft a resolution of denial.
Permission just
Councilmember
to,
Dickinson.
yeah, it is my understanding that staff believes that this is an acceptable route, right? That they've looked at the applicant's traffic design, and the county looked at it, and the recommendation from staff is that this will work. You just disagree with that? Is that a fair? I'm not trying to.
I don't think that anybody said it absolutely works. I think people point out level of services and queue lengths. And so I think they've represented that like it will have this level of service and this travel delay and this queue length. And so then I think it's up to us to judge whether or not that works.
Okay,
and so I'm not quarreling whether it's 870 feet of queue length. I'm taking that to be true. And that backs it up into the intersection and creates a level of service F in that intersection. And our comprehensive plan requires that in this rural area that we have a level of service C, and that will allow it to go to level of service D to maintain 1-lane roads. So now we're not only not maintaining C or D, we're going to a 6-lane road to get to level of service F in the AM peak. So I just don't see that as a success story. That's where I find failure.
Mm-hmm.
Other council members find that they want to support my condition of moving Campus Drive up to Paradise Lane. All right, well, not seeing consensus on that condition, so we can probably move to the next one. If other folks have conditions while I'm finding my next one, that people can raise their hand and have them in. Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it. I have a condition that I would like to consider. We heard a lot from a number of residents about water rights and water in Louisville, and not knowing whether or not we have sufficient water rights secured for this particular development at full build out. I would like to make sure that this development doesn't put a strain on our water resources for our existing residents. And therefore, I would like to propose that the condition be that the development may only proceed when sufficient water rights to support the development have been secured by the city of Louisville.
Thank you, Councilmember Brown. Is there discussion on the condition? Councilmember Dickinson?
I guess I would just like to understand maybe from staff if that's a normal request. I mean, it seems totally reasonable to me that no development should be able to come into existence if we don't have the water for it. So is that sort of already in the system, or is that a weird request? It seems pretty straightforward that nothing should be built if it cannot be supported.
Director Zaccaro?
So I could maybe only partially answer this. I don't know if interim city manager Davis could answer it any better or has anything to add, but the little bit I do know is that our water tap fees, a portion of that fee does go towards acquiring water rights. So as the development takes place, it is my understanding that that money is used specifically to obtain water rights for the development. So that's all part of the utility fee structure as I understand it. I do believe developers have the opportunity to bring water rights, but it's not required. And that influences the fee. So others probably know more about this fee structure. That's just the high level understanding that I know about it. And I've probably stalled long enough for Kurt to get on the line now. I think he's back with us. So we might need to restate the question for him.
I don't see him.
He's on my screen now.
Really?
I'm here.
Oh, there he is.
I'm here. Go ahead and state the question.
Okay, sorry. Thank you, Director Carr, for jumping back on. My amendment is to propose that the development would only proceed when we had secured sufficient water rights for the portion of the development that they are proceeding with, right? Because it is not I know there's a lot of concern in our community about the sufficiency of water rights in our community, especially given some of the drought and water going to California and Arizona and other places. And so, I would want to make sure. It sounds like I understand that water tap fees are used to purchase water rights. I also understand that the city recently sold some water rights on the condition that we were going to purchase others. And yet I, as a council member, have not seen any additional water rights come before this council. So while it may be nice that we charge fees for tap, or charge tap fees on the thought that we're going to buy some water rights, if there are no water rights to buy, then having the money doesn't help us much. So I'm sort of proposing that we would only proceed with development insofar as we have the water rights necessary. So maybe you can speak, Director Coer, to the amount of water rights that we have relative to full build out of this particular development.
Yeah, that's a great question. So we, as a water provider, we have a tap fee that any development that comes into town for new or even redevelopment, in some cases, will pay a tap fee. The tap fee is priced to go buy water at the current market rate of water today. It's set off the price of Colorado Big Thompson or CBT water. So this development, in regards to any other development, is no different. If it were approved, over time they would submit for plans, and as they build and connect to the system, they would have a tap fee. They would pay that tap fee, and then at that time we would receive money that would amount to water for their development. There is, in a way, this is a redevelopment, so they do have an existing 6-inch water tap, and that does have some water associated with that, and that is a negotiated deal under our tap fee. It's any tap over 3 inches is negotiated by our ordinance, and generally that negotiation is just around a discussion of how much water is recognized that they'll get for that existing tap, but they'll still have to buy future taps moving forward. So that's kind of the first part of how water rights affects this development, or any. And so we would go and buy water as deals become available that look like it's a purchase that's attractive to us. So about a year ago, we bought several units of CBT that someone approached us, and we negotiated a transaction with them. Water rights aren't necessarily like McDonald's, where you just go order, 3 Big Macs of water rights and you move on. We can go shop more aggressively, but I would hate to advertise on this meeting that you're about to approve X number of square feet of development, and Louisville is going to go buy, 50 or 100 acre feet of water right tomorrow. That's not something we'd advise, because then that kind of sets a market price. So we're always shopping for water rights in the background, and we're doing that more aggressively right now because of council guidance around some of these conversations we've had. So to summarize all that, from the utility perspective, this development is no different than any other development. It is built into long-range water planning that we do, and they will pay tap fees to recoup the cost of getting water for this development. And it should not be held up to preclude us going and getting water. And there is water available out there to buy.
Kurt, can you I might be able to drop this. I just wanted to, can you assure me that the development wouldn't precede the purchase of the water rights? So I think the order of operations is important, right? If the building gets put up and then the tap fee is paid, and then we suddenly can't find water at that rate, or there is no water to buy, or whatever else, I think that's a problem, right? If the tap fee gets paid before the building goes in, and then we go out, and there's no way that a building would be constructed without us having first secured the water right, then that is an entirely different situation.
Yeah, I think we would need to discuss that because it's going to be built out over many years. And I don't remember the water right projections. Brubacher may have that available right now, but it's in the tens of millions of dollars, the amount of water we would go by. And so we would need to figure out, so maybe that's part of the negotiation as the development estimates it's going to get so many acre feet, and they just pay a lot up front and we go get that if that's a condition that the council would like to make. But to suggest we would go buy that much water prior to them paying tap fees would be something we would need to think about, because we as utility may be in a way having to finance something that hasn't happened yet and could possibly never get built.
Yeah, no, I'm not proposing that. I guess I'm trying to propose that before, that there would be that the tap fee or some funding mechanism would be there first, before we, that the water right would be secured before people are in the building using water. That's the intent of my amendment. And if that's not the way that things work now, then I would like to change my amendment so that it is reflective of that intent. If that is the way that things work, then I can probably drop my amendment.
I'm trying to absorb what you're saying. So they have a 20-year build out. When they come in and they want to build one building and they connect to our system, they will pay a tap fee. Mm-hmm. We will receive the amount of money at that time before they build the building, that particular building, they'll pay that tap fee, and then we'll receive that money.
Okay, and then before they build the building, and then we'll receive the money, and then we'll go buy some water rights. Is that right?
We may go immediately buy water rights if we're in the middle of a water rights deal.
Okay.
Or we may put the money into account and then wait for a large deal that come along that we can negotiate at an attractive price. Now, for some reason, the council wants to put conditions of tap fees on everything related to this development, that the minute we receive the tap fee, we got to go out within, say, 1 year and buy that water. We can do that. I wouldn't advise it.
All right.
So, because water rights in itself is sometimes complex to just go buy water. You typically aren't going out and buying one share at a time. You're, as a municipality, you are trying to look for large deals with attractive prices and bundle your costs.
Fair enough. I'll drop this. Director Kohler, I appreciate you answering my questions. I'm going to take it at your word that we're not going to be building development that we can't support with water rights, either through the tap fees or otherwise. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Lipton.
I'm sorry, I think that was a residual hand.
No problem. Any other conditions from folks that they would like to bring up, or other points that haven't been debated or discussed? Councilmember Brown?
I have one more condition that I would like to consider. We've had a lot of comments over the course of this about the important wildlife that exists on the site now. I know that the applicant submitted a prairie dog plan. Prairie dogs are just one of the different sort of wildlife that exists on the site. And so but the prairie dog plan, even in of itself, only includes some recommendations. It does not actually include an actual, what I would call, plan for how the developer will deal with either prairie dogs or the other wildlife. So I would like to propose as a condition of approval that that the developer develop a relocation and or termination of wildlife plan on that property that will be impacted by the development, and that this plan come back to council and be approved.
Other council members have questions or supportive of the condition? Councilmember Dickinson.
I'm supportive of the concept. Again, a lot of this stuff is feeling new to me, so I just ask staff, is this the right timing for that? I agree entirely with Councilmember Brown that I would like to know what their plan is and be able to prove that. Is now the time for that, or is it later? Or yeah, can we support Councilmember Brown's concept?
Director Zakara.
Well, we don't have a requirement within our development process for, reviewing prairie dog relocation plans or management plans. Some cities do. So it isn't something we've done in the past. So I don't know that I can say what the right process is or where in the process to do it. I think it's a new concept for us to consider since it isn't part of our standard process. So I guess if the council wants to pursue this, we might need to look into it a little bit further. I know there are, issues with relocation. I think maybe what you're suggesting is to have a policy or plan that would try, what we've seen other jurisdictions do is try to relocate if feasible. I think for our private or for city owned, and Director Mosley is on the line too, he might be able to speak to this. But my understanding is for, city-owned properties, we do have a policy, but for private development, we don't have a policy. Our city property policy is to relocate if feasible. Relocation sites are very, very difficult to find, is my understanding. So in most cases, relocation isn't feasible. But if Director Mosley has more information on that. But as far as private development, I'm not sure because it's just not a standard part of our process. It would have to be a council determination that this was necessary for this development.
And let me clarify, Director Zaccaro. Let me just say that what I'm asking for is not, that all wildlife be relocated necessarily. All I'm asking for is a specific plan of exactly how wildlife will be handled on that particular site. I don't imagine that such a thing would require much staff time or input, but I think that the community will probably be interested in what the developer plans to do with the wildlife that exists on that site. And so I think it stands to reason that we would want to see that plan. If it is that, there is no relocation for some of these places and that, termination is the only option, then, we should know that. So.
And then let me ask one clarifying question. Then if you do end up adopting this condition, was the idea that it would have to be approved before, final recording of this general development plan? So it would be a condition before receiving final approval that would allow us to finalize and record the general development plan?
Yes, I believe that to be right. Yep.
Okay.
All right, folks, everybody look alive. Heads off of your hands. How do folks feel about Councilmember Brown's proposal? Sorry about that.
Yeah, I'm
nobody likes
I'm in this
okay.
world of
all right.
I really like the intent, Councilmember Brown, and I think that it's really important, and especially in this area. And so I know that we'll all be caring deeply about this. I don't know if it makes sense to do something yeah,
I'm not asking. I don't think I'm asking for much. I think
right. I don't think so either.
I think I'm just asking for a plan.
I know
That's
it's
all.
sorry. I apologize for interrupting everybody, but I know it's late. But we just want to make sure we get everybody's conditions on the record so staff can draft them and bring them back. So, any other conditions from folks? Mayor Pro Tem Maloney.
Well, I didn't have a condition. I just wanted to talk to what we just talked about. I mean, if we're just talking about a memo informing us of what their plan is and what they're doing, I'm okay with that. What I voted no on was I don't want to have a discussion at a council meeting about the plan. You know, they have to follow strict guidelines of what they do, and if they, you know, if it's relocation or termination, whatever, they can convey that in memo form. But it doesn't mean it has to come to council meeting for us to discuss. So that's why I voted the way I did.
Any further discussion on this issue? Any other conditions from folks? All right, and so we'll ask staff. Are there any other things people want to discuss with regard to the application? Any other questions anyone is planning on asking? Because if there are not, I will close the public hearing. And just before I close the public hearing, I'll give the applicant one last chance to reflect in their closing arguments or closing comments that they may want to make. Mr. Bacall.
Thank you, Mayor Stolzman. Just a couple of quick comments. I know it's late. This is a healthy process. This process, it's made us better. This process has made the development better. I really feel like the community should feel good about the fingerprints that they have on this development. I think you, council members, and all the hard work you've put in, you should feel good about your influence on shaping of this project. And I think really it's this input and this influence that will create Red Tail Ridge and cause it to be, you know, a leading edge project. It will be by quite some margin the most sustainable development in Louisville's history. I think it'll be a phenomenal blend of nature and employment. We're really focused on innovation on this site. Innovation will grow from here. Careers will grow from here. Families will grow from here. And really roots will be put down here, just like all of us did in this fantastic community. There's a lot for us to absorb here in all this, but really appreciate all the effort this evening that's gone into it. And I'm gonna, for the sake of time, not go one by one through all of these and just leave it at that at this point, but thank you.
Thank you very much. And so with that, I'll close the public hearing. And then I'll ask the city attorney for a little help. So we've given direction on a number of conditions that we'd like staff to draft and then bring back to us. But if you could just describe for the council and the public and the applicant that, you know, the public hearing's closed and what the next steps would be to reflect upon whatever's brought back to us as a draft.
Sure, Mayor. So in accordance with council's direction tonight, staff and I will work on drafting these conditions of approval to attach to the ordinance, and that will come to you at a future council meeting. Of course, this is the council's ordinance, so you know what we draft is for your review and modification or approval. Since you've closed the public hearing, no additional public testimony will be taken on the application unless the public hearing is reopened, which would require new public notice be given.
Thank you. And so thank you very much. So no new evidence will be presented to us at this point. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
All right. And so we will come back and then I'd ask council, would council like to entertain a special meeting to get through this work? Would we want this on our next agenda? And I asked staff, I mean, they'll need some time to get through this as well. So Director Zakara, do you have a proposal on when we ought to agenda this for?
So I think we were wanting to do this September 21st. I think we do want City Attorney Kelly to be present, and I think that's the next meeting that we felt like we could get everything drafted and City Attorney Kelly could be present at the meeting.
All right, and so just asking for a little bit more procedural help again, since the public hearing's closed, do I continue the item to September 21st, or what would the appropriate motion be?
Sorry, I was on mute. Yes, the item would be continued until September 21st. The public hearing, you won't be continuing the public hearing, but just continuing for action on the item.
Great. And so I'll just ask, I'll make a motion to continue ordinance number 1811 series 2021 to September 21st at 6 p.m. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. And any discussion from folks? And I'll just ask that the city clerk, when you publish the agenda, if you just try to make clear what we're doing so folks don't think there are public comments and applicant comments, because we would need to repost a public hearing if we were to reopen it on that.
I'll work with the city attorney on getting proper language on that.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Lay?
This is sort of perhaps a little bit odd question, but I think Councilmember Brown and I both would appreciate a little bit of guidance as to whether we are free to discuss anything around this. If people ask us, my sense is no, because we haven't finally voted on this.
That's right, but
I just want to be absolutely certain that's correct.
That's right, but let's ask the city attorney to be sure. City Attorney Kelly.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for asking the question, Councilmember Lay. You are correct that the quasi-judicial matter is pending until the council takes final action. So council members should continue to refrain from having ex parte communications about the matter until after the vote on the ordinance. Presumably that will occur on September 21st.
All right, any other questions from folks? All right, we're voting on continuing ordinance number 1811 to September 21st. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you, everyone. And so that takes us to our final agenda item. We are adjourned. See y'all next time.